Hello and welcome to episode 4 of Roleplay Tabletop, where every month our group of friends gets together and plays through a brand new one-shot adventure in Dungeons & Dragons. Last month's episode was called The Sky of Moving Towers, in which we dove deep into the past and watched as a civilization built a tower to the sky and entered the playground of the gods. As our heroes battled across a skyscape of unique moving cloud islands, we witnessed the rise of a new god, the fall of an old one, and the birth of a brand new idea upon this infant planet. Purpose. This month's episode brings us back to the present, and we'll finally be dipping our toes upon the dark and mysterious continent of Falujah. In our newest adventure within the world of Dor Wei, titled Reinventing the Murder. Now, I'm very happy to announce that we are in talks with our very first celebrity guest who is going to be coming out here and joining us. It'll probably be in the August episode. Once everything is completely settled and ironed out, we'll announce who it is and some more details going further. We plan on not only are they going to join us at the table for the one-shot adventure in that episode, but they'll also be sitting down for a one-on-one talk show style interview called Roleplay Table Talk. So stay tuned for all that. And we have so many plans for Roleplay Tabletop going forward, including making celebrity guests a regular thing, giving away minis and props and terrain from the actual episodes, and a whole bunch more stuff. And we can't do that until we're affiliated with YouTube, and that doesn't happen until we have a whole bunch of subscribers. So if you haven't already, that one simple click will literally mean the world to us. So thank you very much. And with that, we will get started.
Smash that bell.
Oh my God, don't say that.
Ring bell.
All right. So the continent of Falujah is the center continent in the world of Dor Wei, and it's often navigated around by those who don't want their lives taken, borrowed, or worse. Everything strange in this world often traces its origin back to Falujah, as the entire continent is a perversion of all of the beautiful magic that graces this otherwise wonderful world. From the mysterious disappearing lands, to the shaded forests of the Versed Gloom, to the barbaric floodplains, to the place that we will be doing our adventure in particular, the undead nation of Mortimalis, in particular the capital city of Kaskett. The undead nation of Mortimalis was originally founded by Peter Lehman. He was a mortal who who felt bad for all the zombies and skeletons that all the heroes were out there just kind of killing just for being at the wrong place at the wrong time and with no alternatives. So Peter began herding them up and ultimately made a sanctuary for them to live their lives in peace. This undead rescue ultimately grew until it became the nation that it is now known as Mortimalis. But unfortunately, in doing that, it started to kind of also attract the more corrupted undead and everything. And it started to become a little bit of a mess. Peter Lehman's best friend and second in command was an elf necromancer by the name of Krell Gwynvanish. And between the two of them, it started out as this awesome little rescue, ultimately grew into this nation of the undead, and it started to kind of get out of control until something had to be done. Krell ultimately led a revolt against Peter, as all the undead believed that a B.A.T.s was unfit to rule a kingdom of the dead, and they blamed him for it spiraling out of control. A B.A.T.s is a common term that everybody in Mortimalis really uses for the living, referring to their heartbeat. They refer to the living as just beats. Krell's betrayal, ultimately, what he believed was for the good of the nation, and he only intended, in doing so, to imprison Peter. But an upstart by the name of Johann Titties instead went ahead and assassinated Peter. So in doing so, Krell never forgave himself for leading this revolt and kind of led to the downfall of his best friend, and the entire nation was kind of collapsing. He imprisoned the undead Johann, who had committed this horrible crime. He imprisoned him for eternity. And turning to the nation of Mortimalis, they realized it was growing too big to really rein in and get control of. So instead, they focused on just one area. They focused on making it into this structured society and refuge for all the unfortunate undead who just wanted to live their own lives in peace. And that's when they founded the capital city of Kaskett. And they left basically all the rest of the lands in the surrounding area to kind of fend for themselves. And they ultimately kind of grew into kind of these darker sides of the culture of the undead. Like there's a vampirical land, a where kind of land, like a more zombie that kind of embrace the darker side of the undead. Our adventure resides within the capital city of Kaskett. So by day, the sunlight seems to filter down through a perpetual kind of a light fog, lightly shrouding the city in a gray gloom at its brightest. And the moons at night glow brighter, illuminating and reflecting upon the many metals and glass, casting multicolored shadows that often warp throughout the city as they're shining down, and the countless spirits and the thick gases from the bloated corpses and rotting flesh, kind of like all kind of almost turn into this kind of multicolored mist. Many people have different theories on what this fog really is. Some of them believe that it literally is like all the bloated gas from all the undead and rotting flesh that's all kind of like emanating up. Some believe that it's the phantasmal fog from so many ghosts and spirits that's all kind of emanating out. And some of them believe that it's literally the physical presence of the discord of the air. And what discord is it's the anti-symphony. And what symphony is one of the main magic systems in the world of Dor Wei is emotion. Everything has emotion. People, places. An example would be a graveyard emits sorrow, gloom, hopelessness. If someone's really mad, they would radiate like a red rage, and you can only really see these colors that are emanating off of everything if you study symphony, and you're what's called a symphoniclast, which is people who can harness it and kind of convert it into power. Well, the undead of this world are the antithesis of the living in every sense, including with symphony. So they emit not symphony, but the anti-symphony, which is discord. And discord is basically just the anti-emotion that the undead and everything undead in the land radiates. It's the antithesis of symphony, and it's really what fuels the undead. It's how they are able to survive without organs and beating blood or vessels or anything like that. That's what gives them sustenance. It's how they can communicate with each other, how one zombie can kind of just grunt and the other one can kind of understand it because their discord is kind of, they're able to kind of read those wavelengths and everything. And some of them are even able to pull upon it for magics and everything. So the discord and the symphony are kind of like two clashing things, especially in Morton Malls. So the city itself, bats and crows always screech from above as skeletal rats and glowing phantasmal insects all kind of skitter about. The occasional witch or other broom rider will kind of cross the sky or even blow right over the tops of the heads of people who are walking down the alleys and streets. The cobblestone streets themselves are perpetually coated in slime and ichor and refuse that's left behind from the countless undead that drag their decaying corpses and flesh across them and spill saliva, pus, and blood and other organic discharge from their bodies. The many tall and menacing trees are mostly bare. Each limb looks like a kinked arm holding skeletal fingers that are kind of hold scant collections of dead leaves, and some contort into actual cages that contain these kind of ghastly, like Shadow Realm kind of sprites that make their homes there at night, and they kind of serve as these glowing lanterns that are inside these kind of cages that grow out from the trees. Zombies, skeletons, ghosts, resurrected folk of all lineages, vampires, werefolk, possessed animated objects, and every other form of necromantic and undead possible exist in this society of unlife. Not to forget the shunned minority, which are the living, or the B.A.T.s, as everyone refers to them as, which serve a rather important role in the mix in both general society as well as dealing with outside lands and nations. So we begin in the city streets. It's about mid-afternoon. It's one of the just typical standard city streets in the town, not so much of an alleyway, not so much of a huge boulevard. A lot of the buildings that are in here, some of them are more kind of gothic, rigid, and like very complete architecture. And then the house right next door could be just a complete ruin, depending on who's living there or what is really living there. Because if it's a B.A.T., then they need a roof and walls and a way to keep out the elements. If it's an undead, sometimes there is one street where we're going to hear mentioned in a little bit called Shallow Pit Drive. And that is where just a lot of there are just graves, and that's where a lot of zombies are buried to kind of replenish their discord, and to it's pretty much where they live is literally in a pit. So it varies from either like a tall gothic mansion to just literally a pit, and that is considered a house. There are some neighborhoods that kind of focus on different kinds of architecture and everything, but you guys are under what would pretty much just be like a typical neighborhood, which is mostly just kind of like ruined buildings, the occasional shop or something like that. And we pick off into one of the city streets. That makes 3 today. A few more patrols and that'll be it for the morning shift. Paul Bear, who is a human, shouts to his employees who he hires by day to patrol the city for zombies who as they're kind of lurking about, they will either get stuck in some kind of ichor or stuck against a wall and eventually kind of running low on their energy stores collapse, or otherwise just from living and not replenishing back in the grave, they just collapse and they don't die, but they're kind of like just have to be reburied and then to replenish and then rise back up to resume their unlives. And Paul Bear is a human who hires people by the day to just travel throughout the town and just find all these bodies of all these zombies to drag them back to Shallow Pit Drive, toss them in a pit, and then bury them. And then he pays them at the end of the day. He also has a whole bunch of like little kids that he'll hire that just scout out the town, and then he sends draggers, which are like the adults who go and they drag the zombies back to where they have to be. And two of you guys are going to be working for him, along with a handful of other people who are all kind of combing through some of the city streets looking for one of the corpses. You guys can kind of describe your characters and just have like just basically a little bit of small talk as you're pushing through some of the streets, kind of keep an eye out for some of the corpses that are kind of laying about. What do we see?
You want to go first?
My guy, or my girl, is Therith, and she is a warlock. What is this?
Yuan-Ti.
Yuan-Ti. And she has this little snake familiar. What is it called?
Pseudo-dragon.
Pseudo-dragon. But like it's wingless, but like it kind of flips.
Yeah, did you make this
magic.
character 5 minutes ago?
No, I made it last night. Then yeah, I'm just dragging it.
What does she look like?
Like a snake person.
Okay.
All right,
But, like-
excellent. Okay, we're ready.
My character's name is Wolfric. He, on the surface, he just looks like a human, pretty big build, but he's very pale. He has like bloodshot eyes. He's in heavy armor. That's seen some wear and tear. He has like these red little like tassels coming all through like the kinks and the holes in his armor, kind of just decorative. You can tell that he's not really happy with what he's doing right now, but he needs the money. He's fucking jacked. He's hot and sexy.
He is very hip.
Yeah, so
Did I mention he's hot?
he has like face length black hair, kind of fades into white towards the end. He has some fangs. He's a dump here. I mean, yeah, and he's followed by his warhorse in case he needs to drag an extra load of zombies. It has like a little net in the back that he can kind of just stuff them in.
Okay. You would say you're like throwing him in the back or something, pulling him out.
Everyone's got to work.
All right. So after maybe about an hour of navigating throughout the city streets, loading up a few of the corpses and everything, seeing some of the kids kind of running on, hey, there's one like 3 blocks that way, and then you make it right, and there's another one on the mountain, find another one, and then you kind of run away, and you kind of see them. You see some, one of them's even like riding like kind of a makeshift broken down broomstick that they had found out of the trash that's kind of like not very reliable, and they're kind of bumping into some people and some buildings, pointing out where some of the corpses are. You guys are ultimately navigating throughout some of the town, pick up a few more of the corpses, and then you do notice the familiar sound of this one kid, Oscar, who you guys know, who has worked with you a few different times. He's a little bit of a troubled kid. He gets picked on quite a lot. A lot of the people don't really treat B.A.T.s that well in Mortimalis because they are kind of the it's an undead nation, and the B.A.T.s are kind of there just out of necessity. And there are a lot of the undead don't really welcome them because it's in their nature to want to kill them, because the undead are the antithesis of the living, and like they're kind of going against that nature of their discord that's kind of forcing them to basically turn them into more undead, because that's kind of their nature. But Kaskett is really mostly all the good undead, kind of the sanctuary. But the one kid, Oscar, that you guys had heard, you can hear his familiar grunt, which you guys have kind of gotten used to just being in Kaskett for a while when you had first gotten here, even if being the living, almost like similar to getting a pet, when you can kind of identify a cat by their meow or a dog by their bark. It's kind of similar with some of the undead and how long that you've been in here for. You're able to hear his grunt. It definitely sounds like someone's trying to move something as you guys are around an alleyway, and you see that he is pulling a corpse that is definitely way too big for him. He's kind of like maybe like 13, 14, even though he looks like he's significantly younger, and he may even be 15 or 16. He doesn't exactly know his age, but he looks rather a little bit emaciated. He doesn't live that well living here in Kaskett. As far as you know, he lives on his own in a little shack, and he always wears kind of face paint because he likes to do it because he feels like it makes him look like somebody else. all the other kids that are all kind of here all have their different like tweaks, but he's kind of the main one that's with your group. And then hearing him, he's always trying to like get something that he wants to be an adult, but he's kind of not there yet. And he's trying to pull this corpse, and he sees you, and he just kind of drops it, kind of nervously. I wasn't trying to do it again by myself. I promise. I was gonna ask for help, but I thought I could get it.
Out of the way, kid. I'll handle it.
No, really, I got this myself. I can just one time. I want to do this.
All right, let's see it.
Right? Kind of nervously grabs it by the hands and he drags it like maybe a few inches. And then just kind of the corpse is laying kind of like face down, and as he like dragged it, the kind of like this black muck was kind of left behind it. You can kind of see the trail that he moved it maybe like a foot, and however long he's been here with it. Just tell Paul Bear that I'll be late.
Sure.
Okay.
Whatever.
Thank you. He starts kind of pulling her again, and he can't get that far. And then you see two of the other kids kind of scamper up. Oh, Oscar, what are you doing? Come on, you're not supposed to be doing that. Oh, I told you, Lolly, I don't want to be bothered. Please, I just want to get one by myself. I promise. Just one time I can get one of these to the grave by myself. Yeah, this one's like 3 times your size, Oscar. You're not going to be able to get it. Come on, let's help. No, really, I can't. And she kind of starts pulling on it, and the other kid starts pulling on it, and they just kind of flip it over, and you see all this kind of like black larva that's all kind of like spewing out from its stomach from where it is. And you can see that this zombie hadn't just fallen over and died, but its throat was slashed in a way that wasn't just sometimes the undead or anything like a little bit of the more wild side as opposed to the living. They will get into like a scrap or something like that. And with them being more fragile, a head might accidentally get ripped off or an arm might accidentally get ripped off. But this was a slash across the throat and then several different gashes in the stomach. And from the slash in the throat and from the gashes in the stomach, you see all these little black larvae that's all kind of like dancing out from them, almost like large, thick maggots that are just kind of pitch black. So much so to where it almost looks like even the light that's kind of around it is almost being pulled into it, similar to like how a black hole would be. And as that kind of happens, everyone kind of all kind of steps back at it. You guys have never seen anything like this before. You guys want to do anything in particular upon seeing this?
I'll just like walk up to it. I'll just like look at it. I'll just like, what the hell? And I'll like kind of kick around it a little bit. Just to see what's wrong.
Hell? All right, as you kick it, just some of the bones kind of crack, and some of the, like the flesh kind of, you hear it sloshing around kind of on the inside, almost like the insides are beginning to almost kind of like liquefy and turn to like jello. You can tell that whatever kind of discord that was giving life to this thing is no more, and that even burying this in the shallow pit drive, any of the graves anywhere isn't going to replenish its life force, and then it's gone. Also, oddly enough, the zombie looked a little more like some of them are almost more skeleton than flesh. This one was a little more fleshy than all the other ones, though you could tell it still was a zombie. It wasn't just a resurrected person who is like kind of half undead or fully undead. This was definitely a zombie. But you can tell that this one was kind of dressed up. It didn't look like he was wearing just some kind of like ragged rags or anything like that. And it looked like it was actually kind of like, for zombie standards, kind of like dressed up like it was going somewhere. After a little bit of inspecting the corpse and everything, and the two kids kind of skittering away and running away, you can hear Paul Bear. He's kind of like a thicker, bigger man, kind of a clean-cut face and kind of slicked back hair. He wears kind of like a top hat that's kind of off to the side, and for the most part almost looks like a funeral director would look. And as he comes kind of trancing about, you hear his chain from his large pocket watch that he carries. It's all kind of jingling about as he rounds the corner. I see. What's all the commotion? What in the world is this? What happened?
He's extra dead.
What the? Kind of pushes through you guys and is looking at it. In all my 100 years of doing this, I've never seen this happen. We have to get them bones. Lolly! He stops one of the girls that's coming by on her broom. Go get them bones now, please. And hurry. She's gone? Yeah? Yeah, no one survived that.
Yeah.
What are the bones?
Gods. Them bones? You guys know from living here that them bones is the police force.
Allison James.
Them bones. After a few minutes, a crew of several skeletons and then one looks definitely zombie, except it's missing a head, comes walking up. They come kind of pushing through a little bit of a crowd that's beginning to kind of form here. A lot of the kind of undead, the kind of moaning is starting to kind of like drown out the lull of just kind of the ambient noise of most of the city that's around. You do hear also from somewhere nearby a cello that's kind of playing. That's kind of like this ambient music. And from living here, you guys know that there are several kind of animated and possessed objects around here. But one well-known series of them are these instruments from this place called the House of Chords. And there are these possessed instruments that are all throughout the city. And every night, they, some of them that don't remain in the city, collect at this new location. The House of Chords moves every night. And it's kind of this ghostly house that nobody can ever find. Nobody even really believes that it fully exists. But they all meet there, retune, play a concert just for themselves, and then in the day disperse back into the city. Some of them remain at night all throughout the city to provide ambient sound. But as far as anybody knows, these instruments have been in Kaskett for as long as anybody knows. And you can identify them from any other ones because when they do play, you can literally physically see the notes, kind of like ghostly images emanating from them that are all kind of shaped. If it's playing a more gloomy kind of a note, it'll look almost heavy and like colored like a somber blue as it kind of emanates from it. If it's playing a more rageful one, it'll be a red and sharper and go through the sky much more quickly. And a little bit of like theory about some of these instruments is that some people believe that whatever kind of entity created them or possessed them or whatever made them because this place is a place of no life. And it is, if these instruments were to stop playing, the place would be as cold and as dead as a casket. And even though it's in the name, Krell and when Peter first founded the place, they wanted it to have life. And part of that life, they believe, was music, as music has its own life. And you can hear that one instrument in the background. You can see its notes kind of fluttering out from over a rooftop, so you know that it's a little bit in the distance. But that's kind of going over the rabble of all the zombies and the undead that are all around that are kind of circling this corpse. And as them bones kind of push through, the one lead skeleton kind of steps forward. All right. Oh, look at this one. Oh, okay. Oh, that's all right, mess. Oh, look, I don't even know how to die proper. Oh, man. He goes down, he picks up one of the pieces of larva that's all kind of dancing around in its finger, and it kind of falls down, and then it'll kind of perk up a little bit and dance just a little bit and then perk down. It almost looks like whatever energy was kind of alive within it is starting to kind of fade away. Looking at the flesh. I ain't been dead that long. All right. Who found it? Who was it?
It was Oscar over there.
Yeah, kid with the face paint. Come in. Oscar kind of steps forward. Oh. Please, I don't even want to look at it. Paul Bear kind of steps forward. I can vouch for the kid. Oscar, you go home. Relax. You don't have to come back to work tomorrow. I understand. Just rest up, recover. I can vouch for him. He's been with me for quite a while. These are the other two that found him. And I'm sorry, you've been working for me for a little bit, but not nearly as long as the rest of them. And we just need to hear a statement from you. Oh, that's right. The one skeleton says. He's kind of like adjusting his very, very loose clothing that's on him. He has a belt that's wrapped all the way around. His waist is literally just his spine. And the belt has custom notches that are tied into it so that it's literally maybe tied this tight. And his pants are just kind of like sticking way out. These big loose boots that are kind of flopping about on him. His button-up shirt is always kind of like falling off one of his shoulders, and he's always kind of picking it up. All right. Was that you? You two found it. Go on. Give me a statement. Come on, nothing to see here, folks. Go on. You, Jolly, Maneuver, Ned. You stay where you are. That's the no-headed guy. You two, Maneuver, Jolly. Get that corpse out here. Get to headquarters. You two. Tell me what happened.
I got this.
Spare no filthy details. What was it like when you found it? Come on, out with it. I ain't got all day.
So I got this guy.
Okay.
Dragging him.
Right.
He's got those guys.
Right.
We're dragging him.
Right.
Then we go down this. We see this alleyway.
Right, Ned, you getting this? The no-headed guy has this like chalkboard that's on a chain that's hanging from his side, and he's kind of writing on it, and he just keeps writing.
And we hear this grunt.
Huh?
This grunty grunt, and it was a kid. And I was like, oh, I love that kid.
Uh huh.
But he's trying to drag this big corpse. He clearly can't get it. It's kind of fun to watch. And he goes, I promised I was gonna do it myself. I was trying my best. And then he said, I can do it myself. And I tried helping him. He said no. So he tried doing it again. And then like a lot of ooze came out of him.
Hey.
And then like that black ooze right there.
Not the good kind. Oh, that kind. No,
Yeah.
not the good kind.
Then these other two kids came
All right.
up. And they're like, we can help you. Because you're so weak. And then they flipped him. Then we saw these maggots. Then they ran off because they were scared.
All right. Well, I can tell you this corpse ain't been dead for long. And I mean dead. Because this ain't no regular death. He leans down and picks up one of the arms that's kind of hanging there and just lets it flop. Some of the black muck from it just kind of splatters out. This is something we ain't seen in Morton Morris all that often. At least not in Kaskett. This is a murder. And the way that he says it, you feel the power behind the phrase. This is more than just like a sinister crime of passion. This was calculated, and just being the presence of this black kind of larva and muck from the corpse, this was wrong. Paul Bear kind of steps forward. Is that going to be all that you're going to harass my employees with today? I'd like to get them back to work, unless you have to take the day off as well, I understand.
I don't give a shit.
Good.
That's the thing about the undead. We're able to get right back to it. I appreciate it. Well, then, Bones, is there anything else? Please, just call me Prick. The name's Gorsh Prick, but everybody calls me Prick. Now, I don't like you. I got a bad feeling about you, but I can't put my bony finger on it. I'm going to keep an eye socket on you, right? Because usually those who are around the corpse are the ones who perpetrated it.
Wow.
Kid.
Going to be checking him out too. But yeah, you're one of the living, right?
Yeah.
You're beat, right?
A dirty look.
Alright, so walking off with the corpse.
All right. So with that, he starts collecting some statements, starts talking to Paul Bear. He asks where the other two kids were who had also come over, asking about them, asking where Oscar lives, and then he's going to go follow up with him. And as they're beginning to kind of filter out, as the rest of them bones are starting to kind of collect the corpse, one of them is kind of like mopping up some of the stuff pulling the one that he referred to as Minerva had pulled off part of her like hair that she kind of uses as a wig, and she kind of pulled off one of their arms, puts it onto her hair, and she starts kind of mopping it up, some of the ichor with that. The other one that he had referred to as Jolly has the sack that he's trying to catch some of the liquid into. They're trying to push the corpse kind of into it, putting some feet first. Looks like they might have to kind of break some bones to fit it in. As that's happening, you two at this point come walking up as your friend, Mary Nichols, had not showed up for your breakfast appointment or lunch that you guys were going to have. And as you were walking up, entering the alleyway, you guys see the commotion, and upon looking through the crowd, you can kind of see her head kind of sticking out from the side, laying on the cobblestone as they're starting to kind of mop up as you guys kind of push through the crowd.
Mary. Are we like jogging?
Hi, who are you?
We know this body. We know this is Mary Nichols.
Where were you today? This just keeps on getting better. Ned, you getting all this? The guy with no head just kind of turns the thing around, and there's just all kinds of scribbles that are on there, and he keeps on kind of like erasing it and scribbling more.
We were
All right,
meeting,
keep going.
We were meeting her for the early bird special.
We love a good brunch, you see. That's how we actually met Mary. We enjoy brunch. We met her one day.
You know her.
Yes.
You're gonna
Yes,
meet her.
that's our friend. Yeah.
All right. Do you know? Tell me this. Did she have any enemies?
I don't
You
think so.
heartburn.
She had no heart. She was a zombie.
Maybe that's me.
He kind of turns to the rest of the people in their bones. B.A.T.s. All right. Right. Well, as I'm sure you're gonna be a bit shaken up at the death of your friend.
Yep.
So I'm gonna give you some time to recover, but I'm gonna need a statement from you. Now, I'm gonna ask you to rock your minds. If she had any enemies, any reason anyone would do this to her, I understand she was quite the looker. Don't know if she had any exes. Don't want to put it in the ground in not the best way. Or what, but just keep a sharp mind about you. We're going to be looking into this, especially. Puts his hand on kind of the black stuff, holding the black larva, and opens up a vial and drops it in, corks it up, puts it into his pocket.
What's that there? Was that on her?
Look here. It's all growing in here like maggots. Except maggots are good, healthy for you. These, no idea what they are.
I pick one up.
Yeah.
Okay, no.
You pick it up. I would even say, for the hell of it, since you are a paladin, make a religion check.
That's going to be a 10.
Okay. All right. With the 10, you are able to verify that this is certainly something that's unnatural, even for being in the city of Mortimalis. This is something that you have never heard of, you have never seen. Even all the people in the vicinity have never heard of, have never seen. Some of the people from the nearby temples are even starting to show up and beginning to kind of inspect it. Some people are even taking some samples, like some of the leaders of some of the local temples and everything. And no one is able to verify that is anything ever recorded that they know of. And nothing certainly relating to anything with any kind of gods. So with that, they begin kind of finishing up getting the body into the sack, breaking the neck and kind of pushing. She's already dead. I'm sorry. Is there anywhere in particular that closes the sack and throws it onto his sack and just kind of breaks his spine back. Breaks his spine backwards, just kind of leaving the sack laying there. All right, we're going to need someone else with muscles to move that. Paul Bear, I understand that's your gig. Anyway, anywhere in particular you like her remains to be disposed of? Any friends or family that you knew of her?
No, she didn't have much family.
As far as I knew, we were only friends.
Yeah.
And you happen to know them? They're the ones who found her.
Never seen these people in my life.
They look rather suspicious, if you ask me.
Honestly, kind of.
Why is that?
How did she die? Like the second time?
You profiling me?
I'm an officer of the law. That's what I gotta do.
Of course.
Take it up with your superiors.
Oh, you want to talk to Captain Catherby?
I went to ghoul school with him.
Yeah.
You haven't talked to her lately, clearly then.
I just saw her this morning.
Saw her 5 minutes ago.
Oh, really? Why?
In my dreams.
Okay, this is getting absolutely ridiculous. Ned, you can stop writing this down! And the zombie with no head just kind of stops scribbling with the chalk on his chalkboard and then just erases it all and then just goes... For being our mascot, you're a bloody pain in the ass. No head, Ned. He's fucking brutal. Every group's got one, I suppose.
How's he even here?
Huh?
The same
How's he
thing.
here?
Was it here?
How does he hear you?
No, weird.
Being one of the undead, you should know through the Discord.
I forgot about this. I'm new here.
It's not that he doesn't have a head. He's got one. Just somebody's bothering it. He's gonna get it back. It's been a while, Ned. You know what? Actually, I like it better this way. He was a bit of a talker. I hate those guys. They never shut up. You know what I mean? I'll tell you,
yeah.
one time, and then Ned just kind of steps forward and just kind of, and he kind of, as he starts walking Prick away, he just kind of holds up a chalkboard behind him. Written on the back is just "sorry" in chalk. Starts walking back.
I'm newly undead. I apologize.
So with that, Paul Bear starts to kind of gather some of the people who are working for him all around. He kind of, again, gathers you guys up. I understand if you have to take the rest of the day off. I kind of lost my appetite for wanting to work as well. He's looking at kind of the black stain that's kind of left over and the black smear of when they started. A few of the people who had been working for you guys at Paul Bear had kind of ushered to take and drag the sack away, and along with them Bones is kind of, as they were saying it going away, one of the other members of them Bones said that Captain Catherby wanted to take it to the headquarters for being tested. And leaving the group of the crowd all kind of gathered about, kind of discussing this kind of weird event that had happened. You start to hear the cello kind of switch a little bit of a tone to where it's a little more aggressive, a little more quickly and upbeat, the way that it's progressing. As that's happening, kind of naturally, you guys kind of drift together as the crowd is kind of like closing in on where the body was, and these were the last two that had kind of seen her alive, other than Oscar, who had gone home, and the other two children who had been off out into the city. If you guys had any questions for the people that had found the body of your dead friend, you could ask them.
You know how long she's been here?
We just found her. The guy said that it was recent.
Yeah, we just talked to her. We were supposed to meet her for lunch at the Stones Throw Tavern.
Yeah. Looks like a nice lady, but yeah, she's dead as hell.
Well, she already was, but yeah.
Extra dead.
Shame.
You can kind of feel the air of this area and the weight of it, and still kind of like feel almost the way that Prick had mentioned murder, and the fact that death is so common in this nation of undead, yet murder, you can't recall a time that it had happened here. Plenty of people have been killed. Plenty of people have killed. But murder, and especially with this black larva that was there, was very weird. When you had picked it up and held it, by the way, other than
I
not
want
being
to keep it in my hand too. I want to keep it for a little bit.
Okay. All right.
Wiggles.
When you're holding it, you kind of expect it to be kind of like wet almost, but
Yeah.
not so much. But you can kind of feel almost like a vibration. But almost as you kind of lift it up, it's almost like it's a vacuum. It's kind of like pulling in. And you do notice that as long as you've been holding it, it is starting to kind of shrink just a little bit, kind of shrivel up. But looks like whatever it was like relatively fresh, and in the last however long's she's been dead. As far as what them Bones were able to discover, she could have been laying there for up to a day. It was kind of the best that they were able to kind of deduce. And some of the other people that had been there kind of examining the leftovers and the corpse, and some of even her body parts that were kind of left behind, as they took the bulk of her body, but chunks of flesh and everything were kind of falling off in the wake. Many people are kind of have all been intrigued upon this, especially just death in general, with this being a nation of the undead. But as far as that goes, the crowd eventually begins to kind of thin just a little bit. You guys do kind of start to go back to whatever your job would have been, collecting the rest of the corpses, as you guys kind of recovered enough. And you guys, would you say that you would go back to lunch, or would you hang around and ask questions, or would you?
I want to ask them some more questions.
Okay.
Like, so you found her here, but do you know if she was like killed here? Was it like a? Do you know if it was a body dump?
There's this kid moving her.
Oscar.
That's like your job, though, right? You guys
Yeah.
like move bodies, or like normal
There
noise.
was like some stab wounds on her throat. I think you guys probably saw it. And like in her tummy.
Yeah, her tummy.
And there's all these maggot things.
Who do you think could have done this?
I don't know. Just that one ex, but we fucked him forever.
Oh yeah.
Can we like look around? I guess like because this is basically a crime scene at this point. Like, I was kind of curious. You want to hold it?
Put it in like that puddle
upon doing that, it does seem like it kind of absorbed some of it just a little bit. It does start to kind of just twitch just a little bit.
Rest it down. Leave it in the puddle.
No, I want it. I'm gonna pick it up.
Why are you feeding the larva?
That thing's an evil, terrible creature.
It's like poison, isn't it? I think. I don't know.
Stuff in my backpack.
Just chill in the backpack.
Just go through your pocket.
Just eating all your snacks.
All your provisions and stuff.
All right. So, in kind of concluding this, as most of the crowd eventually starts to kind of filter out, some of the other undead who start to show up, even some of the other the more cleaners who kind of routinely go about and kind of scrape most of the muck and grime off of the cobblestone streets and everything. They come and start to clean some of the black ichor. At this point, all the larva that's even still inside the black ichor has stopped kind of twitching or anything. And it's kind of like dried up and shriveled up. The black like ooze is kind of like more solidified and almost like a thick jello. And eventually they're able to kind of scrape it up, get rid of it all, clean the street for what's clean by Kaskett standards. And you guys are able to kind of continue back about your day. For the most part, I would say it doesn't. That definitely shakes the city as a whole. So much so to where you guys ultimately do go back about your day. As far as you go back to your individual houses, you spend a little bit of time alone, kind of recovering and everything. Your friend had died. You guys complete your job for the day. Ultimately, you guys kind of life begins to kind of continue the way that it was. Ultimately, over the course of roughly a month, you start to feel the city begin to kind of change. And over the course of that month, 15 more similar murders have happened. In being there in the first documented one that you guys had found, you kind of, every time you hear of one, you're kind of intrigued. Like, where was it? Or what was it? Who was it? And not even so much of gossip, but you almost feel kind of connected to it because you were there for the first one. And you two, in particular, feel just a very, very, very faint, you a little bit stronger, a very faint kind of like draw to it. Over the course of that month, if there's like anything in particular that you guys wanted to like accomplish or do, like this would be the time to do it.
Alive at this point?
At this point, it's pretty much just a shriveled up piece of like gelatin, almost like a stress ball kind of.
Yeah, stress ball, nice.
Console you.
I don't need consoling.
There.
I don't even
I'm
like
fine.
You, man. Why are you following me? Are you a woman? I'm sorry. So sorry.
Very ugly.
Are you idiots?
No.
You're a snake.
So in over the course of that month, you guys do notice that you cross each other's paths just a few times, and every time you kind of register them, and it's always kind of the day before or after one of the murders had taken place, and it's always kind of nearby where it is, and you guys kind of notice that your job is to navigate throughout the city and to find these corpses and everything, and every single one that you guys do find and drag the shallow pit drive and dump and bury, every single one that you find and you flip over, you're waiting for it to be more larva and that kind of that black muck. Whenever you guys do see a corpse being dragged or any kind of a crowd or anything like that, you're kind of not only having flashback memories of your friend being dead and you guys finding all this out, but you're also kind of intrigued. Did it happen again? Who was it? What was it? Kind of that like
It was like a Pepe Sylvia type, Always Sunny. Like,
and with it being your friend that had died, you guys had been starting to kind of develop some theories of who you think it might be. The city itself is also, with you living within it, you notice that it is getting, even though it's always kind of gray and gloomy, it is getting a little darker, a little more sinister. And you can kind of feel, even though you guys are all living, other than him, and the living can't really feel discord unless they open themselves up to it, and that's a very, very risky thing to do because it can lead to death or madness. But you guys can almost swear that you can like feel the weight of the discord in the air that all the undead have, and you know that you're always surrounded by it. But at this point, you're starting to almost feel like you can feel it, and you've noticed that the undead are treating the B.A.T.s like a whole lot worse than they used to, as nobody knows. Like this serial killer is starting to really get into the heads of all the civilians that are living here because nobody knows, and it like if they're safe. And it's only the dead that are getting killed. So they suspect that it's one of the living that's doing it. So there's kind of been this rift that's kind of beginning to form where all the dead are kind of looking over their shoulder, suspecting every one of the living as being this potential serial killer. And then the living are also looking over their shoulders because there have already been several instances where people falsely accuse them and they've been even killed or just beaten the shit out of or imprisoned, and the killing still continued. And so you guys, the living, are always kind of navigating with your head kind of over your shoulder. And then you, even being of the dead, are kind of looking with your head over your shoulder still. And ultimately, as you guys are just, again, looking for more corpses to drag off for another day's work, and you guys are navigating throughout the city. And at this point, you guys have noticed that you have been going out to lunch together still. You resumed it like maybe 2 weeks after Mary had passed away. And you guys had resumed going to lunch, and you've been going to further and further places. And you had kind of both started to kind of realize that you've been kind of guiding yourselves this way because you've been secretly hoping that you were going to find another corpse, and you don't really know why. Until ultimately, you find yourselves navigating to, again, a further tavern that's known as Fine Spirits, and it's a tavern that's entirely owned by ghosts and specters and spirits. And you guys are navigating throughout the city, and you happen to you notice that the streets are a little bit more bare than they used to be because a lot of people aren't really going out as much as they need to. People are kind of going out when they absolutely have to because there's literally a serial killer on the loose. And then with the people being so divided and everything, with the undead being the majority and the living being the minority, a lot of people are scared to go out as it is. And you find yourselves kind of jumping at every single person that's kind of walking by. You do find yourselves walking to the beat of a snare drum of one of the possessed instruments that is kind of following you guys from somewhere. It might be floating overhead or it might be around an alley somewhere. It's hard to tell with the acoustics radiating off. But it's kind of beating. You guys are walking to the cadence of it, and you guys ultimately turn a corner, and you see these two as they are looking for another corpse to drag, and you guys kind of like scare the shit out of each other. And for a moment, like you're kind of like, oh shit, like am I gonna die? And then like you realize, wait, I remember them, and you kind of recall.
Kill him.
If there's anything you guys want to say to each other? Or
What do you
anything
guys
like
look like?
Yeah, should we like introduce ourselves?
Yeah.
You go first.
Okay, I'll go first. My guy is Farul is his name, and he is a swift stride shifter. He's a monk. He's not very religious type monk. He's just more like just a really buff dude. Very athletic. But he's kind of skinny.
This entire party, he's literally
he's not like buff like that. He's just like ripped. He's shredded. He's
He's like
Luke Kang.
yeah, yeah, Liu Kang from the new Mortal Kombat. He's right.
yeah. And he has like a sheer spear on his back. And then the only like really he's just kind of like wearing like normal garbs, but he's got like a wolf pelt head like hat like Davy Crockett would have the raccoon part. He's got a wolf pelt head.
So my guy's name is Gideon Gnarlwood. He's a human wizard, pretty typical looking wizard. He's about like he appears to be like in his early 30s. Got like a close cropped beard and like a wizard hat, kind of like pretty much like Gandalf, like gray, like everything. And he walks with a gnarled staff, where he gets his name Gnarlwood. And he just seems like a typical like regular wizard. Carries around a little satchel with books in it and stuff like that. But other than that, not very notable.
All right. You guys kind of bump into each other, crossing paths. Ah!
You again.
The two whippersnappers.
I'm older than you.
Okay.
Thank you.
You don't know how old I am.
How old are you?
32. Years.
55.
Good for your age.
You live and you
Red
learn.
buff.
I
Thank you.
suppose.
What?
I said you live and you learn. I suppose.
I don't live anymore.
Well, this conversation's going.
Swing and a miss.
Yeah.
Swing and a miss.
This is
Swing
why
and a
we
miss.
only hung out with Mary, because I don't know how to talk to people. And now she's dead.
All right.
Again.
And as this conversation
It's
is
a sore
happening,
topic.
you notice that
Dive
the snare
reset.
drum had petered out, and it's silent for just a moment, and then you start to hear a cello again begin to play, and you can see the notes kind of passing overhead and winding through the alley. You can see as they begin as kind of like the somber kind of blue wave of ghostly notes. You can start to see them kind of pick up and get a little more aggressive as it starts to pick up the cadence, and you start to kind of feel like this is literally background music to like a movie or something, and you're just like,
I'll
Start to
something
draw
is
my
gonna fucking happen.
Warhammer off my back. I'm like, what the hell?
I'm like looking around. I'm like, what in blue blazes?
What in blue places is happening? With your floppy hat.
You're like, I'm a graybeard.
Yeah. Whip around, it comes off.
Does everyone feel lousy?
As that's happening, you guys do start to hear a few little
The drums
knocks
are getting
of different bones kind of clattering on the cobblestones. You do start to hear some dragged flesh on other cobblestones. You start to hear the whoosh of a few different flying devices, either brooms, other possessed objects, as some people are beginning to kind of begin to form on some of the rooftops that are around. Some people are coming out from some of the alleyways and everything. One lead skeleton kind of pulls out a dagger and kind of looks to a lot of you. We've been watching you. Yous was all there on the first one. We know you're the killers. We put you down and this all stops.
Who are you?
We're not the killers.
You need to not put all your eggs in one basket.
Who's we? Where are they above us? Or?
You guys, as he's saying that, you start to see more skeletons and zombie folk and all kinds of other civilians. Some of them you would even recognize and notice from all your several travels all throughout town. You guys from your travels navigating all the different restaurants. One of them you even realized some of the ghosts that are in kind of like the corners of your eyes and the vision and in the windows and shadows. You notice as some of the ghosts that work at Fine Spirits. And you can't help but feel kind of like this air of betrayal as all these undead are kind of circling around, kind of condensing upon you. The lead skeleton, nothing personal against you, but you associated yourself with the wrong sort. We know it was one of them. We kill them and this all stops. It's for the greater good and all. He readies the dagger. Looking about, you guys notice that you're like drastically outnumbered. There are probably maybe 20 skeletons and zombies that are starting to kind of begin to circle around you guys.
You dig him?
And
I don't think so.
Like, if when we kill them, we're like, will they like die, or like?
it would pretty much be
Or if we
yeah.
like bury them again, could they come back?
If you wanted to, you could kill them. Yeah, it'd be different than murder. Like when that person was murdered, that just had this different, almost like magic to it. If you guys killed them, it would be
Regular
killing them. Yeah.
Self-defense, you know.
Um,
Good old standing
I'm just
around.
wondering.
But as they're kind of closing in on you, you feel that you are drastically outnumbered, and you can, like, realizing as you guys have kind of, without realizing, kind of like backing closer together, kind of forming this kind of like perimeter in the center of this kind of intersection, you realize, okay, I don't know you, but we could die here.
Yeah.
And you guys can either
We're
fight,
like sitting ducks.
Can you
Yes.
guys get out of here? Or
or you can try and run.
If we turn our head, is
and
there
like,
more
are we like backed up against a wall
Yeah.
right now?
You guys are in the center of an intersection, and they're
surrounded?
kind of coming in from all directions, and more are starting to kind of.
Do we have any bodies with us?
Currently, you have some that would be in a cart nearby, but with you as it is when you saw them, you kind of parked it and walked up to the intersection to them.
Any dead
Can
bodies?
I make, like,
no
a,
dead bodies?
Like murdered?
Like actually, like they're not coming back yet.
Yeah,
Okay.
So there's
There are,
dead
right?
bodies on the ground.
you have some.
Like dead?
You're gonna be.
Could I like minor illusion like one of the bodies that are on the ground to like start like seeping out like the ooze and stuff to like distract them.
I mean, yeah, if you want to do that.
We're gonna be near another dead body.
Oh, yeah.
He just did it!
Why? They can't tell it's
I
me.
mean, you already did it.
I was saying, should I?
Yeah,
Okay, I'm not.
Can we can you guys escape? I think I can escape.
You know me, I can get out of here. But I'm worried about you. Would you be able to get out of here?
You're gonna have to help me.
Okay. So which way is like the least resistant? Like we're the least amount of people.
Is it just is it like multiple people like per layer around us? Like there's like
Yeah, you guys are in the middle of an intersection, and coming from, you're gonna have to push through somebody.
Well, guys, I have little Missy here. It's my horsey.
Oh,
I raised her
Miss-
since she was a pony. She's big. She's a warhorse. Used to ride her in the battle back in the day. Maybe make a path for us if she charges through.
Whatever floats your boat.
All right, let's go, little Missy. First, I'm gonna bring her close. I'm just gonna take a little bite out of her.
Okay.
I've been doing it for months.
Okay.
Just
Like,
bite marks
I'm not
all
like
around
eating
me.
her. I'm like take a little
I'm
bit of
not
blood.
eating her.
Take a little
Alright.
bit of blood.
All right. So
And
you take
in
it.
the fine steed, it says that they will obey.
Okay.
And
Even if you torture them.
okay, I'm not gonna torture my horse.
So I suck at this blood. Which way would be like the least amount of people that we have to go through, or is it like kind of even?
It looks pretty much, as far as you're able to tell, they keep on coming in at enough of a pace where it all kind of looks the same. You just see beginning to form a crowd in either way.
All right, you just want to like try to charge through.
Yeah.
Let's charge the
Let's go,
one.
little Missy. Let me do my damage.
As your minds are kind of racing, as you've been kind of backed into this corner, you're kind of starting to put kind of two and two together. Some of the people that you can start to see in some of the crowd that you had known or you had like been friends with or talking to over the last little bit of time, you're kind of starting to be like, were they just like fucking spying on me? Were they trying to like just follow me? What the fuck? Who's my friend here and who wasn't? And like you're starting to kind of try and think back that you might have had a target on you for longer than you thought.
Okay. Yeah. So I guess I'll hop on little Missy
All right.
and I'll run forward, or she'll run forward and just try to like plow her way through pretty much.
All right.
18 strength.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I'm gonna say make a strength check.
Using little Missy, right?
Yep.
All
And you guys are gonna try and just like run behind her.
Run her.
23.
All right, nice. So with the 23, you're able to push through the majority of them to where you were out of the throng of people at that one intersection, and you are now kind of in just one of the main like streets, kind of running your way through and trying to kind of outrun this crowd that is now starting to kind of follow you guys.
You guys can hop in my net if you want to be pulled.
Yes, please. I like hopping on that. You can see like I'm very winded. Like, I'm
coming.
I just run and jump into the net.
Okay, so I'm gonna say it's gonna be very easy, but make an athletics check.
Okay.
While he was plowing through, I'm gonna use a bonus action to shift into my swift stride form.
All right.
So now my movement speed, I believe, is
What was it? Athletics?
Yeah.
-1.
60.
13.
Okay.
That's not
All right.
bad.
DC was 8.
Oh,
So
okay.
you're able to jump in, hang on as the horse is paddling through, just as it's kind of
There's a
pummeling
rock.
through all the different, pummeling through all the different skeletons and zombies. You can kind of feel some of like the ichor that's kind of explodes off of them, and some of the body parts all kind of just from some of their bloated corpses explode. It kind of smells like this like rotten mayonnaise and bologna that's just been sitting in a fridge that's been unplugged for like a year. Kind of just, just all over you as it's kind of running over them. The crunch of bones over bones as it's plowing through. So you're riding in behind it. You're riding on the horse. What are you doing? And what are you doing?
I'm gonna just be sprinting right behind it.
Okay.
I think I'm pretty sure I can kill the horse. I have a movement speed of 60.
Okay.
Oh, shit.
All right.
Do you have a slither speed?
30.
I'll just be like,
All right. So you're running. So you're running. I'm going to say make an athletics
but
check.
like I'm running like back and forth. As if I was.
Okay.
He's serpentining
An
with his neck
athletics
and
check?
shot at
Yes. These are skeletons and undead,
Minus
so
one.
they aren't the fastest. Their speed is 20. 8. All right. So again, that was the total of the DC because these are undead. Their speed is only 20. Yours is 25.
30.
30. Okay. All right. So yeah, really, then you didn't even really need to check because the horse had already made the path. You've been running and you're able to stay ahead of them because they're just skeletons and zombies that are chasing after you. You guys are making a beeline for the police station.
I
Is that what you said?
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay. All right. So as you guys are navigating throughout some of the town, you guys being very familiar with it, since you guys regularly navigate through it to find all the corpses and everything, you take the quickest path to the police headquarters of them bones. Upon opening through, busting through the two front doors, as you guys just kind of ride the horse right in there, as you can kind of feel, again, not only as you're kind of navigating throughout the town and knowing that the undead or kind of that group at least is chasing after you, you still feel like the city itself is kind of growing darker and more sinister and kind of almost like the city is closing in on you as well. And as you escape it and you burst into the headquarters, you see, surprisingly, a very like vacant police precinct. It is there's kind of like the musty, kind of like dingy scent that would be in like a very unkempt basement. Almost everything is cobwebs and dust. There are a few like dry, rotten desks and everything. There is the one police officer that you were familiar with, Prick, who sits up from one of his desks as you guys burst in. And he kind of sits up. What the bloody fuck?
You're getting profiled again, prick.
Prick, they're trying to kill us.
What? He looks out the door and he sees, at this point, pretty far behind you. He can like hear all the different hordes that are kind of chasing you. Oh, again? Shuts the door and kind of throws the latch down. Turns around. All right, calm that bloody fucking thing. All right. Is it? Calm.
You're all right.
Okay. You mind telling me why you're all back here? And why there's a fucking horse in my precinct?
Well, we were having brunch again over at the.
The fuck is it with you and having brunch?
We love brunch. What's wrong with brunch? I don't understand.
Yeah,
But
what do you like?
I
Well, the
reported,
breakfast
and
kind of skeleton.
you're coming at us for brunch and breakfast.
I like-
All right. Okay. As long as it ain't
kinda like my
proper, it's
dinner.
fine. All right. So what happened?
We ran into these guys, and then out of nowhere, Angry Bob just came over and started accusing us of the murders.
Who's Bob?
Mob.
Bob.
Okay.
Every day came over.
That's Bob. I'm congested. I'm sorry.
Okay. All right. So, I'm sorry. We've been stressed quite a bit lately, as shit like this is happening all the time. So, anyway, they shouldn't bother you in here, so long as they're still scared of old Captain Catherby. So, while you're in here, gotta do my job, get an update on the murders. So, you were there for the first one. Any idea? Can you give me anything that you remember from that day? Anything at all? I'm really grasping at straws here. The city's falling apart.
Leech like the black blood.
Okay. You look like you got one of them symbols and whatnot. You able to do any research on it?
No,
What this lava is?
not really that kind of guy anymore.
Can I make like a history check or an arcana check or something? See
Yeah,
if I
yeah.
recognize
In the
it?
last month, you guys could have done a little bit of research on your own since it was like one of your good friends that had died. See what you guys might have turned up.
What should I do? History or arcana?
So history would be a lower DC. You can do either.
Can I assist?
15 or 22.
Well, never mind.
I have
So with
plus
that,
7.
since you guys had a month, and I would say since she is one of your good friends and you guys were deeply invested, you were able to dig a little bit deeper than he was, but not as deep as it sounds like the police had dug with having access to literally all of the city's amenities. You were able to determine that there were some like writings, like very, very, very old writings that were dating back to when Kaskett was first founded by Peter Lehman. And you do understand that even though this like larva wasn't there, it was mentioned in some of the accounts of when Kaskett was first founded and Peter got killed by Johann and Krell had taken over, and that black larva, even though it wasn't present or anything, it was mentioned a little bit, and that kind of made you dig even deeper. In doing so, you had heard of these things called the Unmade, and they were things that enough people have heard about to where what little bit of research you were able to uncover that was further is that nobody believes that they exist. But the Unmade were thought to be these entities where the Maker, when he had first made creation, above the gods, there's Sister Light and Brother Dark, and above them is the Maker and the Unmaker. There's nobody above them. And the Maker and the Unmaker are two sides of the same coin. For something to be made, usually something has to be unmade. The Maker, everything that is life and growth and the symphony and life, that is all the Maker. And then the discord and the undead and everything, those are all of the Unmaker. And the Unmade is something that kind of straddles that line between the both. Because the Maker, when he had created existence, or they had created existence, they were just learning about things. And a few of the things that they had made were too powerful or too much. So they called upon the Unmaker to unmake them. And in doing so, they erased them from existence. And in doing that, they banished them to this other plane of existence that is very unique, and it's Oblivion. And that is where the Unmade live and reside.
Yeah.
And something with this larva kind of like ties to the Unmade. You don't know how, but the words Unmade and then this like accounts of this larva and the black ichor and all that have been kind of in the same stories as they're told. A lot of them are told more or less as myth. Some of them are in historical accounts, like the founding of Kaskett. But other than that, that's the most that you were able to kind of uncover.
Can I have that book like on me?
Yeah. As far as
Like
like
I
your
have
notes,
like a little
it would be,
sack
like,
of
your
books
notes,
or
yeah.
whatever. I'm like over there with Prick. I have like a little pipe in my mouth and I'm showing him like my little markings.
Okay. As you guys are looking at that, another person comes walking in from a very ornate oaken door that kind of leads to a side office that opens up, and you can feel kind of like the air pressure kind of shift as the door opens, and this woman comes walking in. They have a black, wide-brimmed hat, a rather tightly clenched face. Eyes are calm and cold, though behind the color of her deep green irises are like a swirling fog, kind of like smoke trapped within a bottle. She wears several layers of cloth and leathers, making her form look much bigger than likely it really is. The cat-like body that's underneath, as this female undead tabaxi comes walking out. The many belt buckles, straps, and weapons that are adorning her ensemble kind of clink and rattle. She walks with the demanding air of a leader. She unscrews the cap of a flask of this kind of like bubbling liquid that almost like hisses in either agony or fury over the opening as she kicks back a painful sip. Puts it into one of her pockets and steps forward. What's this, Brick? More beats that got rounded up and brought in. We're running out of rooms in the cells. No, Captain Calaby. These ones came in to me. As you can see by the fucking horse. Did you know there's a fucking horse in here? You see it? It's fucking neighing. Did you see the horse? Yes, I did. I'm sorry, this has been stressful times. I apologize for whatever brought you here. Are you sure Prick didn't drag you here? No, I told you I want to hear it from them, Prick. I'm sorry, there have been many wrongful arrests as of late. We're spread very thin, I'm sure, as you are aware, with the chaos. What's going on with this killer that's out there? What brought you here was...
The angry mob.
You were being chased by a mob. Oh, you poor things, I'm sorry. Well, if it hasn't disbanded, we don't even have a squad to send out there. Everyone is out there already. Where's the rest of my squad? Trooper don't me break by now. Where's even Finn or Loxy? Even though Head Ned's here. Fuck is everyone? They're all out, Prick. Spread thin. These are dark times. Who would have thought that this city could get darker? Anyway, I'm Captain Calaby. If there's anything that I could do for you, just say the word. Although, I think my resources are rather thin. And, Pulls out the flask again, and it's kind of bubbling liquid. Very, very thin.
What's that?
Drink.
With what?
You can, I would say it wouldn't even be that much of a check. Having a religious background, you can make a religion check.
Okay.
Your religion, I'm guessing, is plus 0.
11.
Okay. Even with that, it's relatively common knowledge. The only thing that regularly gets either hot or even boils when it gets onto very tainted undead land is holy water. So it's more than likely that what she's drinking is holy
By drinking holy water.
water. Why drink holy water? It's for an ailment that I have.
Oh, what kind of ailment?
The kind that holy water helps with.
Maybe I can help you out. What is it?
I sincerely doubt it.
Why don't you want to tell me?
Really good.
Some history.
Well, I'm sure there have been enough rumors about it anyway. I have a lifeless inside of me.
A lifeless.
So that, so not to like confuse you guys with too much lingo from our world or anything, but a lifeless is an entity of superior undeath. What happens is when something leaves from, when something is in the underworld and wants to escape back to the realm of the living, one of the ways that they can do it, if they have a certain amount of power and strength, is right when somebody dies and their soul is leaving their body, they can go from the land of the living and kind of push that soul back into the body with them. As long as there's still a little tendril of life that was just as it's leaving, they can kind of force it back in there and kind of regenerate its life with their own. And they kind of keep a little tether of it, just kind of shackled up inside to keep the body there. And that entity, that lifeless, that superior being of undeath, is now living inside of that body. And it sounds as though she was able to overpower it, and she's now keeping it at bay by constantly drinking holy water.
Yeah, I can help with that. Wait, like superior meaning like superior or superior meaning like superior?
Like very, very
Like
bad.
okay.
It can vary.
Okay.
But hers, she makes clear hers is way, way strong.
Okay. Okay.
And Prick kind of just goes, yeah, almost brought down an entire nation when she was still figuring it all out. It was brutal. So many people died. Terrible. Once she figured out the old holy water trick, though, she's been great. Wonderful leader of them bones, though. Yeah, I've only seen her let all yeast off his leash one time. Oh, it was brutal.
So what happens when you don't drink holy water?
Then I lose control.
And perhaps murder people with black larva?
It would be significantly worse than one little murder every once in a while.
Maybe a little sliver get through. I'm just exhausting all options. I'm not trying to shake the bird's nest.
Yeah, I mean, you guys are looking
Shake
a
the
little
bee's nest.
spread thin. So maybe we can help you out in exchange for something like that you guys may have in the future.
Brunch?
Free brunch for a year.
Well, she looks at Brick. When's Miss Squaw getting back? I don't know, Brick. I have no idea. And he wants to talk. He says he thinks that he might know something. He always says that he knows something of. Yeah, but he knows some things that we didn't even tell him. Well, I'm not going to talk to him. I don't like talking to monsters that holy water can't fix. I don't want you talking to him alone.
So you want us to go with him?
Fred kind of looks to you guys, tightens his belt buckle a little bit. If you don't mind.
You'll give us a reward. Right.
I'll tell you what. No one wants to solve this murder more than us. Okay? This has been fucking brutal for us. I haven't been able to get a fucking drink in forever. And my wife wakes up in another 10 years. So I can only get my rocks off a few more times before she wakes up again. Time is precious. And I've been working non-stop on this fucking case. Right? So, if you're willing to help us, we'll give you fucking anything you want. Krell gave us a writ that whoever solves this murder can get fucking anything. Fucking anything. We'll get you 10 horses if this is what you want.
Little Missy's good for me.
Alright,
We could
fine,
have
whatever.
It's one of your ancient.
We could have our own tavern. Rich brunch all day.
Okay?
And,
Ain't much of a reader myself. Fucking, you fine with that, yeah? Fine.
You guys got a good
Brenner.
store somewhere in the city?
Brunch.
Yeah, I've got plenty of libraries and whatnot.
Rapiet Brower.
Another thing. You have
Okay.
like,
Quite demanding, this one. Don't really like it.
I mean, you want help or not?
Yeah, what?
You got like
Do London.
notes of where certain religious locations are around here. Anti-religious, I guess. 'Cause they're dead. So am I.
Yeah,
The church of Discord.
That's what I want.
alright. That's pretty fine. Bunch of books, right? Where's the light you want?
Our own tavern that we can serve brunch all day, every day.
I don't know if I can do that, but I'll do my best.
Wow!
Just a building. Give us a building.
Yeah, give us a building.
I mean, you're asking the police for... I'll see what Krell can do. I mean, he gave us a writ to give you anything, so I guess
That's
so.
what I'm at.
I guess so. All right, we'll give
Yes,
you.
you
Okay,
asked.
all right, we'll give you a bloody fucking tavern. All right, might be
All right.
ruins, but
Don't get
you
a
can
knot in your
a little bit,
britches
put a
now.
sign on it, do whatever. Okay, but what about you? You look weird. What were you going to ask me for? That's it. Who would have fucking thought that the most weirdest looking motherfucker would have asked for the most normal reward? Okay, go. All right,
What did you
What?
ask for?
Oh,
Oh, gold.
weird.
all right. So,
I'm not that weird looking.
Well,
with that, you guys start to hear. In this conversation, Catherby had already retreated back into her office and shut the door and locked it. You guys found that you are now just alone in the precinct with Prick. You do also notice that you can hear a faint violin that's coming from where the precinct and the main kind of lobby is. It diverts into a hallway that has several different cell blocks that are kind of goes down a long hallway and then kind of ends at a brick wall at the very end that has an open bar window. And you can hear that from coming down that hallway down the cell blocks. You can hear like this kind of very, very low key kind of violin. And you can see the little bit of, if you aren't looking directly down the hallway, you can see the little bit of the glow and the reflection of the multicolored kind of notes that are coming off one of the instruments from the House of Chords that is set up playing this kind of background music for you guys. Looking down the hallway at where the violin is almost kind of serenading you back, Prick kind of looks at you guys. Well, you ready to talk to him?
Yeah.
All right. Now, old Johann is a bit of a prick. Let me do the most of the talking.
And what is he?
Johann,
No, what species? Is he undead?
he's a monster.
Okay.
We'll see him in a minute.
Oh.
No.
You do hear from long down below the hallway. Oh, taking your time to come talk to me. Come now, don't be afraid. I don't bite. As you guys start walking down the hallway, you do notice, and you kind of remember how Catherby had said that the cells had been almost like full to capacity, as people had been arresting every single beat that anyone had accused, because they are very determined to get rid of this killer and this murder. There are several undead that are also in here locked away in some cells that were accused of a similar thing, harassing people, and a few people even killed a few people who they thought were the murderer, and it got out of control and they killed them, and then the next murder happened, and then they got arrested and everything. And it was weird that this was like dead quiet. We can kind of feel this like heavy air, this heavy presence, this heavy kind of pull, kind of similar to that pull that you guys had felt, especially you with that like larva that you had felt before from this very far left prison cell. You see the faces of everyone that are in all the other cells between the living and the dead, and you can see that even though they're being dead quiet for fear of like waking this monster that's at the end, that they don't want to draw its attention or anything. You can see on their faces that they are screaming in both like agony and fright and fear and just fury and just a whole mix of emotions. Some of the people are wrongly imprisoned. Some of them are imprisoned for just going mad and trying to kill people to stop a murder. And all of them are being dead quiet, other than just this little silhouette from the piano that's kind of playing you guys as you're walking down. And they're like just afraid to talk. And you can kind of, at first, when you first walk past that first cell, you're thinking like, why is it so quiet? But as you're navigating down, you're kind of getting closer to this cell that's almost like kind of pulling you into where it is, and you kind of like, oh, I kind of understand. As you guys turn and reach the end of the hallway with a barred window, you kind of like has that kind of like musty scent of just kind of like this bloated kind of all the rotting flesh of everyone all the undead that are in all the other corpses and the other cells and everything, but it's being filtered out through barred windows that are in each cell. As you guys turn to the very last one and look over, you see that there is this little tiny violin that's playing in the window. You can see its music kind of emanating out and kind of washing across you guys. As it does so, you can kind of get that hint of emotion that it's beginning to portray. And you can see that sitting in the kind of ragged cell by himself, this terrible monster looks like a human, just a man.
You Hannibal Lecter situation.
A little bit. But you can see that he's definitely undead, being hundreds of years old. When they refer to him as Johann, this is the Johann he was the one who killed Peter when he had founded Kaskett, and he had been perpetually just imprisoned in here. But his skin looks almost like kind of slimy, almost like crocodile-like, if you look at it in a certain light, the way it's kind of like scaled and kind of pockmarked. All of his features are rather sharp and jagged. His cheekbones and his jawline, even his teeth, his eyes are kind of piercing and almost like serpentine, and have like almost like kind of this black sheen to him, kind of similar to like what a shark would have. His hair is very thin and wiry, parted in the middle and kind of matted a little bit as it's kind of hanging down to the sides. And he wears it kind of ragged. It looks like at one time it was a very nice leather vest and linens underneath that at this point, being hundreds of years old, only being kept up by what people believe is what makes the undead clothes last so long, is it kind of leaches some of the discord that's kind of radiating off of them, and that's what keeps the clothes even from decaying for too long. As he's kind of sitting there in the cell, and he kind of sits up as he's looking at the lot of you. It has come to my attention that you need some guidance. He kind of buttons part of his vest. Oh, who are you? You are not the typical skeletons that are walking through here.
They're kind of scared to talk to you.
All right. Not something I'm not used to. I'm not offended. You know who I am.
I think we've heard of you.
Tails.
Yeah.
Didn't know you were so handsome.
You see him kind of smirk at that, just a little bit. And even like what you kind of perceive in his like black eyes, you almost like kind of see this reflection of like he kind of enjoyed that genuinely. The read that you get on this guy is
I'm hella flustered.
the longer that you're kind of in his presence, the less you kind of feel so intimidated by being this like stoic individual. It feels like he's kind of like an amalgam of a whole bunch of different things in one. The way that he kind of just looks almost like kind of through you, almost like he's kind of gazing and kind of looking beyond all the time. The way that he speaks, even if he's kind of never locks on your eyes, he's just kind of always just kind of like his vision is always kind of shifting about. As he looks genuinely in your direction. I appreciate the compliment. It is not often that people indulge in talking to me. At least not here. For I am in many places. I have many faces. I got to say, Prick says, his voice ain't normally like that. Sounds a little bit different. Kind of rattling my bones, I'm not gonna lie. I've always disliked you. Nothing to worry. I'm not going to bite.
You can catch more flies with honey than vinegar.
So I understand you are searching for a
Yes. Our friend was the first one to be murdered.
lies.
Okay. I'm sorry. Unintentional lie. I'm not
I-
fibbing.
Lie out of ignorance.
I apologize.
Recently. The recent.
I apologize. For you see, this is the first time I was able to be frank with you, to be blunt. It was always suspected of what I was, but I may confirm it for the lot of you. As soon as I got word of this black worm, that this killer is leaving behind, well, I had to take the reins and speak for myself. For as I said, I am in many prisons and have many faces. This one belongs to Johann. Yes, he was one of the early murderers. His was one of the most vile to date. Quite a large chunk of me was able to seep through from Oblivion. That's why I'm able to speak to you here as myself and not him. But I do not have much time as he is trying to take back the reins. So let me be frank. What you are seeking is an upstart unmade, like myself. Do you know which unmade I was?
No.
I was a unique one. I'm a younger one. That's why I was able to seep through earlier. More cleanly, not leaving behind so much Oblivion lava like that one did. I was made not by the maker. I was invented by man. I was murder. In the early days of creation, it did not exist. Until one day it did. Since it was made by man, it couldn't be unmade entirely. I was banished to Oblivion, but my invention persisted in the minds of the living, bound to be committed again. Whenever something breaks the laws that the Maker has set upon this existence, the veil between existence and oblivion goes very weak, poking little holes through it. And at that moment, one of the unmade can try and push through, leaving behind that little oblivion lava that you, I feel, touched
Yeah.
and held in your hand.
I have it here. You want it?
Could I see? I could tell you which unmade is pushing through.
Can I get insight check real quick? Just see if he's planning on something dastardly.
He does seem unscrupulous.
18.
With an 18, you feel that of all the emotion that you are reading from him, and you in particular, since you are able to feel discord, and he is kind of a little bit of a mix of both, mostly discord, but he actually radiates a little bit of symphony. You do understand that he seems to be genuine, and you do kind of interpret this undertone of, like, he genuinely fucking hates whoever this person is that's going out, that's committing these different murders, because you really get the feeling that, like, he literally is murder, and this person is committing this different kind of murder, kind of riding on his coattails, changing it a little bit and calling it their own, letting some other unmade push through from Oblivion, and he's like, no, this is my gig. So you kind of get the feeling that He genuinely wants to fuck this Unmade up, whoever else it is.
There you go.
You pull out the larva, and at this point, again, it's more or less just kind of squishy worm. But he reaches this kind of long, nailed hand out. You place it in there, and he kind of squishes it as he's feeling it. And after a little bit of time, this is an older one. A little bit older than me, but not by much. Horus. He was the first word that was created. Originally, there was only one word, and the Maker believed that in all of his creation, to have one word to describe it all, no matter how powerful, simply did not fit in his creation. So he unmade Horus. So Horus was doomed to oblivion, simply for being what he was made to be, as was I. This Unmade was the first word. And he is a fucking dick.
What word is it?
The first word was his name. Horus.
Horus. Right?
Horus.
Like Horace Grant.
With me, you start to hear a little bit of vain and vanity undertone in his voice. Large pieces of me used to be able to push through with every act that was committed in my name. But like all inventions, it started out as this new, vibrant thing, full of awe. Then it just became another boring thing everyone looked at as being self-evident. With each murder, just a tiny sliver of me leaches through. I am in so many people across all of the worlds. Just a sliver. I will say, whoever this killer is, they are breaking the rules and they are reinventing me. This cannot stand. This entity is some other form of undead, committing some other form of murder. For the undead have always been killed. But true murder has never been committed upon something that's already dead. And that little hole that is being pushed through with each act that this killer is committing, that Unmade is pushing further still. I believe 15 have been committed thus far. Going unchecked. Quite a bit of Horus is surely consuming this individual. He must be stopped sooner rather than later. The Unmade are not meant to exist in this world. I am but a sliver of murder, clinging on by a thread, and using quite a bit of my stores to continue this conversation before your aunt takes back control. I will tell you what I, being murder, can glimpse into this individual. They are likely a bait. They are likely weaker as they intend to go for easier targets. And they are likely somebody good. Oscar. As they are going after the dead. Surely this person is twisted. Yes. But unfortunately, never got the help that they needed. And when pushed down that path, even a good person can do terrible things if they find the right excuse for it. But like I always say, you can blame them for them circumstance, not for their choices. I do believe they don't consider it true murder, killing the undead, since they are already dead. I will also say that their kills are getting more technical in application and savagery. I believe this is in part of chasing a greater high. They are likely being able to reach more and more of this unmade with each kill that they are able to accomplish, as more of Horus is punching through. As a result, Horus's influence is likely growing as well. Now the great question, how to find this killer. Any suggestions? Prick has just been kind of sitting there the whole time. Well, beats the fuck out of me. This whole thing has been completely blowing my mind. I don't know. You guys got anything? No head Ned's usually the brains of our group. I'm just the mouth.
I mean, is there a pattern of like where they've been committed?
As far as you guys have been able to tell, it's usually been just in kind of random streets and street corners. None of them have really been committed in homes or anything like that. It really looks like that they have been people who've just been caught outside. Usually people who have been alone for a little bit. Other than that, it really just looks a pattern of someone who's trying to choose easy prey. There have been a few that look like they might have been interrupted, because some of the more recent ones look like they were almost like kind of really dissected and ripped apart. It looks like some of the pieces and even more of the recent ones have been eaten, which Murder kind of has led you guys to believe that he thinks that in some of the murders that he has been inside of throughout history, whenever they do eat someone, it's because they want to be them, want to be somebody else.
And are there people that have been eating like older men?
Eating older men?
Like, a little bit more mature.
Yeah, the victims look like they kind of ranged, and it looked like it was really like whoever was weaker.
Okay.
Or
The ones that were being eaten.
So I'll ask Murder and say, like, if you were to like look at somebody and like not look at them normally, but like look deep into their person, would you feel? You said that they were likely a good person, but Horus is likely an evil concept. So would you feel maybe some of both?
Would you be able to sense Horus in someone?
There is one trick to catching an unmade, though I dare not tell you, in case it's ever used against me. But I do think you could figure it out. One thing I will tell you is you forget where you are, my pulse-beating compatriots. Witnesses are plenty in the land of ghosts and haunting parties. And if all else fails, there's always the instruments. And he looks up at the violin that's kind of playing, and then just kind of jumps out the window and kind of runs away. As that happens, you guys kind of notice the eerie silence that kind of permeates the area and the land, and you can almost kind of feel the weight of the Discord even stronger without that kind of undercurrent, that undertone of background music underneath of it. Um, so, is what you trying to say, Murder? Just be clear, because I ain't known the instruments to talk. Murder's really struggling to kind of keep Johan from coming to the surface. The instruments speak their own language. Worry not for comprehending it. You just need to speak with the conductor. The House of Chords moves every night, and it's protected by a powerful illusion magic. Their nighttime concerts aren't for any of us other than themselves. Though they communicate through Discord, their music skirts underneath of it. Background music, if you will. You simply have to tune your Discord to match it. Rather delicate, and it may be rather difficult to do. A beat may be more suited for it, as it's barely touching the Discord spectrum. He looks toward the living. You would be risking madness, but I do think it's the only way to be able to track down the House of Chords and interview one of these instruments, for I'm sure they know who your killer is.
We should have to capture an instrument and kind of talk with it.
Or what he's kind of insinuating is you can kind of
Sync yourself.
pretty much, yeah. You guys can kind of give into the Discord a little bit. You might risk madness, but you can kind of risk going into the Discord to be able to just tether just a little bit as the music kind of goes the undercurrent of where the Discord really is, and then there's a symphony over top of that. And you might be able to kind of tune to their playing. And then you guys can find an instrument, follow it back at nighttime to the House of Chords, and you would be able to pretty much see this otherwise kind of illusionary hidden house. And then you guys would be able to enter and find the instruments, and then pretty much they most likely witnessed literally everything.
Yeah.
Does like only one of us have to be connected?
Can I do it?
Yeah, you
Nah,
can try.
Like try like right now.
Yeah.
Shouldn't it be like
He's not alive.
Yeah, it has to be one of the living. All right.
that makes sense. I was
So-
thinking 'cause he's already dead.
In doing so, you're going to make a Constitution saving throw.
Constitution saving throw.
All right.
16.
All right. So with that, you attempt to process, to attune what the capital city, one of the main city of Taradin, a very religious city. They worship the Maker. They view the Unmaker and the entire nation of Mortimalis as kind of this like atrocity. They have this group of people called the Repairmen who they kind of the leaders of Taradin say like, oh, they have nothing to do with us, but they don't really do anything to stop them. And it's this group of acolytes that work for Taradin essentially, and they are always in Mortimalis and Kaskett, always trying to interfere with shit. The city of Taradin, their worshippers refer to their religious focus pretty much as their Inwit. It's their way of basically tuning their emotional spectrum to symphony, and they kind of go against everything that is discord. You are kind of able to kind of grasp your what they would refer to as your Inwit that's inside of you, and you're able to instead kind of abandon the symphony and start to focus on this dark undertone that you can kind of hear underneath of it. As you're kind of sitting there, you don't realize it, but you aren't breathing. During this process, it's not that you're holding your breath, you're just not breathing. As your body starts to kind of welcome this new source of sustenance, this new melody that you can't believe you've gone your entire life unhearing. It would normally be much more difficult for a beat to even attempt. But being in the land of the dead and with the discord so saturated here, you find it almost too easy to let it seep in. The only way you can describe this new melody is to imagine your favorite rhythm on a piano and playing it in reverse on the opposite side of that piano. An alternate version of the song that the living typically couldn't even imagine existing, but to you, in this moment, it's completely obvious. And it's in that moment that you realize that you're far enough. You try to pull back as you hear Prick speaking to you as clearly as ever, as if his words were actually in your mind. It's far enough, lad. Let's set down the instrument. Now roll one more Constitution saving throw.
11.
All right. So with that, you feel this sharp pang, almost like just a missed note. You are able to pull back from it and not let it get any sharper. But in doing that, you felt almost like a strand, like you just felt a muscle just kind of pull that's inside of you, except it's something that's integral, something that this magic, this discord was kind of pulsing through, not your veins or anything like that, but something that overlays it. And in feeling that kind of snap, you feel, you don't know if it's your arm or your leg or what, but wherever you had let it in from, you get this feeling, this sense, this knowledge that the discord is infecting you from somewhere. And you believe that at some point you have to amputate whatever it is, but you don't know what it is. It might be your hand, it might be your left hand, it could be your ear, it could be your leg, you don't know. But you now have a form of madness. And now every time that you attack, you're going to roll a d6. Once it, we'll keep track of it, once that exceeds 20, then you will not stop until you use an action to sever the limb that you think that discord is infecting you from.
Okay.
So for the moment, you're attuned to the discord, you can feel it, but there's this madness that something snapped inside of you, and you're like, it's still coming in. It's still, I didn't stop it all the way, and I don't know where it's coming from, but at some point, you're going to think that you know, and then you're going to, it's my hand, and you're just going to chop it off. But you also just gained 1 inspiration. So you got that. Now in doing so, you can kind of feel the discord that's kind of saturating the air, that no longer feels like this heavy weighted blanket that you had always kind of felt in the city. Instead, the ever gray light that has kind of always kind of grayed out the city looks almost significantly brighter. You can see like even a little more in the darkness and the shadows. You can hear the music that's coming not only from all the other animated instruments that are from all the different house of chords that are all throughout the city, that you can kind of, not that you can hear them physically, but you can feel them in the discord that's kind of saturating the entire area. You feel like you got it. Now all you have to do is find one of those instruments, and then you can tune into it, and you can follow it. You can follow its melody. So, as you finish this, you look back, and you just see this kind of disheveled, we can tell now murder has long gone, and it's now Johann, who's just kind of sitting there at his, sitting with his knees on his bed, just go, please. Just leave me alone. It was so cold. Well, I think that's the most we're going to get out of him. Now, I think I know where we can find an instrument for sure.
Go on.
B.A.T.s in the Belfry.
That's in the Belfry.
Yeah.
It's spelled B.A.T.s in the Belfry. And you know what that stands for.
B and the S. Yeah.
Brunch.
You are obsessed with brunch. First mark is going to be brunch? Question mark. Roll for brunch. And we cut to the scene where you guys enter into the double doors of this club as he announces what B.A.T. stands for. As B.A.T.s in the Belfry. As he opens the door, you guys are at this club. Balls, ass, and titties.
I knew it. Well, not balls. Big ass.
Now, the undead that live here are mostly, as a whole, are referred to as the Mortaliclast. All the Mortimalis undead are just, that's what they're referred to as. And B.A.T.s in the Belfry is the most popular Mortaliclast strip club. Employees will sew on different appendages, and all twisted folk that like work there are patrons. When you guys first walk in, there's music of a bass drum, this huge kind of ornate gothic looking bass drum pounded by a skeleton with no hand, literally pounding it just with his missing wrist. with just like an organ kind of playing to complement the bass drum, but it's like the equivalent of like a gothic kind of dance vibe, just kind of. You see that there are these groups of gargoyles that are on break, and as you guys kind of look at that, kind of questioning them as they were on break from working, guarding somewhere. Prick just kind of can't expect them to sit around all day without getting their cracks filled, eh? You guys walk in, and as you're kind of navigating, stepping down some of the areas, some of the velvet kind of flooring that's all kind of squishing underneath your feet is all the like ichor and goo that's all kind of leaking out from all the undead that's all around. Some undead literally like reach. You can see that as one girl kind of has her leg up talking to a guy as you guys are passing by. He's like, yeah, so if this is what you like, and you can kind of see as she reaches her hand into her throat that's kind of exposed and she touches one of her vocal cords. Or if this is what you like, I can do this as well. Or I can just maybe. And then as you guys kind of walk a little bit further, you can see that some ghosts kind of go into some people and do some weird possession to where they're able to do some acts that aren't exactly solo acts anymore when the ghost possesses somebody in a booth. And then you see one also individual, this one woman that walks by with 3 individual, completely different sets of titties that are all juggling about, sewn on from all different lengths. And you can see like behind different curtains as all these other different individuals are sewing on different appendages and kind of changing the way that they look as they're all walking about. Prick kind of just says over the loudness of the music, I've been married to a vampire for over 600 years. She wakes up once every 100 years for a week and is horrible. I'm free for the other 99 years and some weeks to get me rocks off, as long as I only got room in me bird cage for that one bat for that week while she's awake. Otherwise, she don't care how I get me rocks off or get me bones rattled, you know what I mean? Anyway, he eyes this one kind of decrepit woman that passes that as she's kind of breaking her own jaw, just kind of and then kind of pulls it down several inches before flicking her tongue out from this kind of broken and ripped flesh that's kind of flicking about the back, which she then kind of sticks back in and her flesh kind of closes back up. She breaks her jaw back in and closes it back up and kind of eyes him. And he just goes, oh, I do got quite the bone to pick with that one. Alright, Mercy. Alright, so I'm gonna gather intelligence. Alright? I'll meet you back here later. You guys keep an eye out for one of the instruments that belongs to House of Chords. As soon as it gets off shift, that's when you follow it to wherever the fuck you gotta go, alright? I'll be gathering some intelligence out of that one. Oh my god. He starts pushing his way through and making his way toward where that girl was. If you guys want, you guys can bullshit around a little bit, or you can kind of just investigate around, try and even gather some information on what some of the patrons may know about the murders, or you can just kind of make a beeline for one of the instruments. And if you want, look for it, try and kind of deduce where it is and kind of set up in a way to where you can like nonchalantly kind of like tune into it and kind of watch it. And when it is going to clock off, you guys try and follow it out and follow to where it's going to go. Meanwhile, all these crazy zombie out people are all just. Can I just say something lovely? This is one kind of like with more of her body, almost like the skin is like, it looks like it was a skeleton that borrowed skin from some old hag that's kind of more loosely on the bones than anything. How can you do anything that you want, Sharon? Just kind of smells like death right up against you. Pushes you and you kind of feel these bony fingers on you and you're just kind of...
I slap her away from it.
As she kind of struts off, you can see from like her ragged little bit of like strapped clothes that she has, like sagging literally down to like her waist on one side and then like completely flat on the other side, and what would be her butt cheeks are kind of wrapped around the thung, literally like dragging on the floor behind her.
Look this deep into it.
And as you're looking deeper, the butt cheeks actually...
Ew.
The butt cheeks have more butt cheeks.
You need to keep describing.
There's some bad silly things.
All right, so you guys are in this undead strip club. Ben Bones just left you guys to go get his bones off. His bones rattled because his wife still doesn't wake up for another like 6 decades or so.
If we kill the vibe, then the instruments will fuck off, right?
Can I try to attune to one of them?
Right. So you can clearly see that there is this little violin that is playing just kind of in concert to the rest of the. And meanwhile, you can kind of see the kind of underneath, and you can clearly pick it out. Not just literally the musical sound, but you hear underneath of it like the discord sound that the rest of the living aren't really able to hear. And even so, him being dead, it's like hearing this level of it. You're so barely attuned to the discord where only you can hear it that clearly. So I would say go ahead and just make a perception check as you're trying to filter out the rest of the noise and the rabble, and you're able to kind of tune to the instrument and make sure that you were successful in what you did.
18.
All right. So that you're able to quite clearly and quite confidently, you're able to get kind of close to it as one of the patrons kind of walks up to you and you kind of like eye them to just kind of keep walking, that you're not interested, and you were just kind of listening in and you're able to just kind of dial right into it. And again, you can hear and feel that discord that is kind of emanating from that instrument that is in the strip club. Okay. So you're definitely attuned to it. When it does leave, you should be able to follow it.
Like a chair and sit.
All right. You see a chair that is covered
Oh my
in
God.
white ghostly spirits as they're sitting there.
Oh.
As you kind of walk up to it, you just kind of, when they just kind of all go away, and it just kind of leaves behind all these gross stains that they were just kind of like covering up, and you just kind of prestidigitate it, and it looks completely out of sorts in this strip club. This looks like a brand new leather kind of cushion seat that just looks completely, literally the seat that's right next to it looks like it's a zombified version of it. You sit down, you still smell the old mold and all that crap from that's all that's around you, and your feet are still pretty much as you step on
my
the
feet
floor.
up on the chair and then just like pet my little.
All right, so you're sitting
Familiar.
there petting your little snake.
little snake.
All right,
Pretty much.
all right. As you're doing that, so what do the rest of you guys want to do?
Yeah, I'm gonna wait outside. I'm gonna wait outside.
I'm gonna try to.
I'm gonna feed my.
I feel like
horse.
hypnotized by the music or something. I'm gonna try to like dig deeper
Okay.
into like the Discord.
All right. You're trying to dig deeper into it. All right. Make another Constitution save.
7.
You suck. That's a wizard.
Okay, so you get one of the d6 added immediately. So that's only a 2. So you're only a 2 out of 10 before you chop a limb off.
Okay.
All right. So with that, as you're sitting there and you're trying to kind of ignore everything else and just kind of focus in on this, even though it is easy to dial in on it, to focus even deeper and further, just feeling the vibration literally of the bass drum of the music and feeling all the weird, even though you've kind of also like isolated yourself just in addition to him, and you've mostly been kind of pushing them off, just having people push up against you and having this faint little hair wisp against you as these like haggy kind of hair, like long hair kind of people kind of push past you, and you're just kind of draped by a little bit of like saliva or goo, something dripping out of somebody's mouth landing on you. You're not able to focus at all, and you just kind of feel like you let more of it in, and you kind of feel like I think it's my fingers. I think it might be my left hand or my right hand. I don't know which one it is. Which one is it? I gotta cut it off. Which is it? And that's kind of all that's like kind of consuming your mind. All right. So anything else in particular you want to do, Jack?
Because I was thinking about trying to like play along with the music, but because I only have a flute, that doesn't sound like flute music that you're playing right now.
All right. So if you guys want, you can just kind of nonchalantly kind of mingle about, try and avoid as much contact as possible.
I'm feeding my horse while he gets a short rest.
All right.
Heal up.
All right. Yeah, you guys get a short rest.
I'm gonna-
Any wealthy men? Men that you might perceive as wealthy if you guys flash around a lot of coin.
There's any like real wealthy men in here?
Real wealthy? Not that you'd be able to tell just by
It's
looking
quite
at
the
it.
seedy tavern.
I mean, it's the most bumping strip club.
I was
but
gonna say it's a strip club. There's definitely some older guys.
but
Like,
it's
are there
with
some
all that's going
ballers?
on. It's especially being one of the living.
Why do you want to know?
It's hard to
Why does
tell
that have to be
if
that?
any of these undead are rich.
Why does that have to be that?
Just go up to him. They're doing something funny.
He's gonna do something. He's trying to do something funny.
Well, then go do it.
I'm not trying to do something funny. I just want like. Does he look like he got a lot of gold?
I mean, make a perception check.
He said like 5 times. You can't tell.
Yeah, no.
I knew what the sugar.
Make a roll.
Oh, like what? Like he looks like he's like loaded.
Okay, so as you're kind of glancing around, it looks like you have no fucking idea.
I'm just like looking around like
You're like, oh wow, look at that guy. He might have gold. He might not.
He looks very poor.
That's what you got.
Go sit on his lap like, hey, baby.
You're working. He's working.
Okay. All right. So this individual is. Would you pick someone out who looks more human or
Like
someone
alive. Is there like any alive?
a living person? Yeah.
And
There's several living
beats.
people. Okay. There are some orcs. There are dwarves, humans, gnomes, goblins.
Go up to like a nice gnome.
Nice gnome.
Oh, God.
So,
Okay.
Oh my God! You're taking up my entire lap here. Can you get off me, please? Jesus, you weigh 3 times as much as me. What are you doing here?
Jesus, who's that?
I stand up like
You work here?
Meanwhile, just.
what, do you want a drink?
I have one right here. Oh, look, you spilled it. Great. Oh, I'm not drinking something that was on this floor. Oh my gosh, I gotta get home to my wife. Look what you did. You just ruined my night. You know that? I'm just a good guy out here trying to have sex with some undead and then go home to my wife, and you just ruined my night. All right? You are a terrible
wife?
person,
You have a wife?
and I hope
You
you
have a
go
wife?
to the underworld.
You have a
All right,
wife?
when you die. Okay? You
Goodbye. And then I
fuck
walk out.
off.
And he heads out.
I don't know. I I also leave, but like I'm in front of him.
Okay.
I'm like, why are you following me?
I'm not following you.
Why are you following me? You're a fucking freak.
I am so out. Why am I even in this place? This is terrible. This is
Go
a
to your little
terrible
gnome wife.
vacation.
Go to your little gnome wife.
My wife isn't a gnome. She's an orc. She'll squeeze the juice out of your head. You need me to call her down here?
Yeah.
No, at the time.
That's what I thought.
Get the fuck
Get out of here. Get out of here. Get her walk away.
Fuck off.
As he walks out. That was very productive. All right.
I accidentally trip him while he's walking out the front door.
The gnome or him?
The gnome.
Okay.
Both.
Accidentally trip
All right. As he's walking out, he trips and falls.
Oh, no. Was that
What is
okay?
happening?
You are fucking terrible people. I am never coming back here again. Worst vacation ever.
Have a little
He
more
storms
sugar.
off.
That should be a Diet Pepsi over
Way
there.
too much.
Humiliation
Way
king.
too much Pepsi.
All right.
Any gold
So with that, anything else in particular
Is
that
there
he's
anyone that
doing?
looks rich?
Is there any women there?
Fresh idea. Who looks rich?
Guys, do we
Okay.
even need to solve the mysteries? We can just find rich people, rob them.
No, I wasn't gonna
New
rob him, I
adventure.
just
Let's
wanted
get
to-
rich at this strip
All right,
club.
so
I'm trying
we
to find a husband.
so I tuned to the thing.
Brunch and strip club.
A brick club.
Yes.
A brick club.
A brick club.
Yeah, we can have the 3 titty lady provide a whole 6 people.
I mean,
milk
hey,
at the
that's
same
in
time.
Belfry. You got everything you need. Balls, ass, and titties. I mean, you can eat all. of them.
Sure. All right, so we attuned. I'm like, I tried too hard, and I'm like, now I'm like sensor overload a little bit. So I'm like trying to get
All right. All right. So that, if nobody wants to do anything else at the strip club, you guys can just kind of wait until kind of it gets closer to the nighttime. As it's kind of in between the 2 moons that are in the sky. That this is the month of Dimir, which is the moon that's over top of. There are 10 moons that are in the sky in Dor Wei, and there aren't months. Instead, it's going by whatever moon is over top of the city of Taradin at the time. And right now, the moon of Dimir is over Taradin, but the one that's over you guys is I forget. I don't have the moons pulled up. So
Is
There's a
Mercury,
moon.
is Mercury in retrograde here?
oh yeah. There's
No wonder.
yeah. It's called the moon. But this moon is an emerald green that's kind of shining this kind of green light over top of where you guys are. And as night kind of starts to fall, you start to hear the music kind of shifts into more of the nightlife, and now shit is getting crazy. It's
Hey, my gosh.
So as that happens, though, you can see that the instrument that goes to the House of Chords is starting to pack up, and you start to watch it as it literally just kind of floating all about, kind of like whispering, almost the same that its notes kind of did. As it starts to filter out the doors, one person pushes it open, it kind of whisks out, and you start to follow it outside. You guys see it kind of exiting from the door. You have your horse with you. You're still pissed off with the gnome. You're outside with your sensory overload. You guys start to see that violins starting to kind of float down the street.
Yeah, so I guess it's nighttime now. You see me kind of like try to gather myself, and then I guess we can follow it.
All right.
So you said they have the House of Chords. It's like a mystery, so like no one really actually knows it exists.
No,
Like-
it moves every night, and it's protected under magical illusion.
Okay, I was gonna say like how does no one's like followed these things before?
Nope.
And we'll at least be able to follow.
Yeah, they ultimately just disappear. But since you are attuned to it, you can see where it goes. Kind of
horse.
Hold the door open, so to say.
Can I get a ride?
I'm on, bro.
All
And
right.
I kind of like reach my hand up, and you're just like, "You need help up?" And it's like, yeah.
I'm an old man. Of course I need help. All right. So,
I'm just like,
it's just a twig.
like,
You weigh
I
30
like Mary
pounds.
Poppins. I'm like, just float up.
Okay. So, you guys are following the instrument again through the night. Everything is, since you guys are riding on horseback and kind of navigating just a little more quickly throughout the streets, it does still bear in mind that like the streets are still kind of dangerous. As you guys are navigating it rather quickly, though, following the instrument, it does feel like in following it, you are passing sort of like through a veil, almost like you're stepping into like the Shadow Realm or like anything
Toon
like
World?
that. Yeah, entering Toon World. But it does feel like you're kind of passing through some kind of a veil as you are following this thing's tuning. And you can kind of start to see everybody start to kind of filter out and to where it's just you guys on a street that otherwise would have normally been kind of filled with people, some houses and everything, almost kind of like a more obscure, kind of shadowed version of the houses. And you see this kind of giant ruin of what looks like it was maybe a mansion at some point, kind of with a few other ruins of buildings all around it. That emanating from it, you can hear all these different kind of instruments that are kind of playing. You see the violin kind of make its way up the path, and then through one of the broken walls on the side, it just kind of flutters in. And when it goes in, it's almost like a door closes, and you just hear like the muffled sound of the instruments now. You guys are kind of in this kind of like pseudo Shadow Realm kind of like overlay of the current world as it is, and you guys are on some city streets with kind of again where the street kind of comes to a little bit of an end where there used to be a big mansion at some point, and there are some ruins all around it. And where that mansion was in those ruins, it's a little more together than it is in like the regular world, but still kind of ruins. And from the inside of it, even though it's missing like the whole roof and everything, and several of the walls, it sounds almost like a party's going on in there with all the doors closed. You just kind of hear a condensed kind of like orchestra playing on the inside. And you guys are maybe 200 feet away.
All right. Do we see any? So can we see inside of it? You said there's like walls are like fucking blasted out or whatever.
Yeah. If you guys wanted to be stealthy about it, then you have to make stealth checks.
So like the whole point of this is we have to ask the conductor. He said, "Is there an actual person that's like leading the tunage?"
We gotta go.
We're gonna get closer.
But no one has ever been here, and no one's ever been welcome here.
If we want to do a sneaky, I can make us a little bit stealthier.
Good. I have disadvantage.
Alright,
That's
that
what
works.
trace. So.
Huh? Oh, okay. Nice.
All right, so
Let me
we'll stealth
actually
check.
bring up Matt.
So also, I'm gonna use divine sense. You said like
Glad I set this up and we didn't use it.
Sorry, Ray.
you said it was dangerous.
You said
Yeah,
we
we
were
were swarmed.
vastly outnumbered.
We were like not happy.
So you said we can like see through like a
Probably all
Nice.
had
I'm
like
gonna
one
send
inch.
It's like blurry to see in there. Is that what you said?
Not
Oh
so
my
much.
Okay. So like if you were to
goodness.
look through a window, it's like okay.
Oh no.
Something else fell over on the inside. I think.
A torch.
Oh my bad, Mike. Cool, looks good.
Mhm.
You can see through the eyes of your familiar.
See through the eyes of my familiar.
Okay. All right. And where are you sending your familiar? Your little familiar that is going to be
Is it over there?
It's a pseudo dragon without wings, so it's probably
Okay.
like this big, but it kind of just like slithers through the air.
all right. And you guys are coming from this
It's
direction.
like a
so-
mana worm from
Pretty much,
WoW.
but it can sting you.
Oh no, don't
I
sting
guess
me.
so.
Its
Just
stealth
have
is
it
+4, so
All right.
you know to go.
sneak around the building and then kind of just see if it finds any windows or anything and looks in.
So I would say you can climb in through there.
He's behind the curtain.
Behind the counter.
But
He's making sure the
The camera changed. All right. So I would say make a perception check and make a stealth check.
You have advantage on perception from pseudo dragon using sight.
20.
okay.
And
And then
now
the stealth?
stealth it up.
7.
7.
Okay.
But you're really persistent.
But like I see
Nothing
Everything, but you're
else
noisy
through-
about it.
All right.
Broke through the window
What's
to
going on?
see everything.
All right. So with a 7, first what you're able to see with the stealth is that there are a whole ton floating instruments in here.
Are they playing?
Yep.
And before we go in, I do want to use divine sense just in case. It just lasts for a little bit.
Cello.
Lets me see undead.
All
Even
right.
if they're invisible or
Okay.
not behind total cover, but even partial.
So with that, you see that the room is full of instruments that are all playing all differently, and you can also confirm that there is no other entity in here. It's all instruments, and they're all several of them. All of them seem to be kind of like floating, and they're all kind of. It sounds like some of them are still kind of getting in tune. Some of them you can tell have like a harmony together, but that's what you're able to pick up from your perception check. That there are no other living things in here, no humanoids or anything like that, and that it's just full of all these instruments that are all playing. Also, with that stealth check, what you're able to understand is as this thing is looking in there, and you're kind of grasping everything in here, you just hear, and you kind of turn and you see this one horn that's just kind of, and you can kind of drastically hear everything kind of change, and that's going to be initiative,
Oh.
as nothing ever intrudes in here. So they immediately knew.
Oh no.
Right? That would be right back.
Oh boy. Well, I
Oh.
have +0.
I have +1.
Oh my god. I thought my roll was bad.
probably
Both you guys got lower rolls
They
than I
probably can't smurf on us yet because we're outside.
Oh. What'd you get?
That one.
I got a 5. You guys both got 3s. But I have +0 initiative.
I got
So am I still going first? I got a 3 on going first. I have a 6.
You're
So-
plus,
so plus 3.
6 initiative. What's your initiative?
+2.
You're 1. And I'm 5. So yeah. You go first.
Okay.
With the fucking mighty 3. What was yours total?
Now I have
4?
four.
Okay, yeah, I have 5 total.
So-
So it's Jack and me.
Two
then-
things.
First thing. When I'm in battle. So
When you're in battle.
I'm just trying to go over that what I'm not doing.
Are we gonna
So
cut
like,
this part?
I would blast.
I mean, that's like your main damage cantrip that, like...
Well, like I can do 2 Eldritch Blasts and I have then a bonus action.
Yeah, you have a bonus action.
Alright, so then I can use
You could...
my.
Okay.
Probably not.
I don't think they can sleep.
I think it says it doesn't work against constructs, which is probably...
And then the one
Alright.
thing I need
Who rolled a 20 plus?
Oh, we'll make this easy for you. Just skip on down to the
Jack-
6 and below.
Yeah, Jack
He got
got
six.
6 and he's going first.
He got
out of us.
5. I got 4, and he got 3.
Oh my god! All right, so what are your player character names again?
Farul.
Gideon.
Wolfric.
Gareth.
How do you spell that?
T-H-E-R-T-H.
Thereth.
Nah, that could still
That's
be
not
Thereth.
bad.
That could still be Thereth.
Thereth.
Okay. All right.
No. That's your action.
So if you guys want, you could even say that you can place your kind of guys wherever you kind of want them. Because when he was stealthy in there, you could be like, all right, I'm going to hide here, or I'm going to be here. So where in particular would you guys want?
I'm good where I am right now.
Okay.
I'm just gonna cower behind.
Yeah, you
him.
can, I'll move up a little forward if you want to.
Yeah, I'm
behind
gonna
him.
get behind him.
I have Missy over here. Dude.
Loud ass horse. Okay. All right.
Pretty good.
So the orchestra is going to go first.
You don't say.
What's this? Is this you?
Yeah.
All right, so they're going to fly.
Oh.
Oh, no, that's dead. Okay. Play where
Feel
lies.
free to check the king.
No.
No, Ron. Has to be Yuri.
Oh, you're familiar with me here in about 5 seconds.
Yeah,
He has, like,
got
no
one
health.
HP.
He can't use his reaction to give it resistance now.
I don't think that's gonna help.
I scream, wait! They seem to react when I scream, wait.
Are we trying to actually destroy these things?
I mean,
We should try to subdue them. I
Yeah,
think
we can take him out.
they're the
but-
town's
we can get them to 0 without killing.
Yeah.
All right. So they're going to use hammer note,
There they go.
ranged attacks. Him, and him attacking your familiar. So four.
I
Four
don't
of
think,
them.
I don't think all 4 need to attack. Let's
So,
just do
like,
one at a time.
How much total damage?
All right, so that is a 20 to hit. So what's its AC?
13.
That also hits.
13.
That misses. It's a 9. 13. So it's 13.
Yeah, it's,
Okay. All
So
right.
does that hit?
So 3 of them hit.
It does.
it's toast, bro.
Well,
Sorry.
if it's under 14 damage,
So the first one was 8.
okay. 1 maybe.
Second one was 7.
Okay, that's
Okay, yeah,
15
so I
sound.
mean even yeah, and then that was 3 total. Okay, 5. You're still dead.
Yeah.
He's dead.
All right.
He was
So
dead
that
after
was
that.
maximum
Yeah.
So
versus
the drum's
13.
kind of floating up. And then the trumpet's
Surprised.
you can kind of see all the notes just kind of in the swirl as it just got familiar dies. Now similarly, these two and then these two are going to attack you.
What?
So
The door's open. Well,
so these two are going to attack. You're going to have half cover from these two.
And is it like bludgeoning damage or like?
It is bludgeoning, yes.
Cool.
So the 2 are going to attack. That is an 11,
you're attacking me now.
and that is a 24.
Yes.
All right. And then the other 2 that give you half cover, so you're going to get +2 to your AC.
Yeah.
So that was cocked. That's 16.
No.
All right. And then that is less. Okay, cool. So only what, 1 hit?
1 hit.
All right.
No.
All right. So as
That
they
half covers
play,
Amy, honestly.
you get hit with 7 bludgeoning. As the harp, the trumpet, and then 2 cellos. You can kind of see it all just kind of come through there and just kind of billow through the door and just kind of hit against you a little bit, causing just a little bit of damage. And then these 2 from up here, attacking the closest thing. Out of reflex, they're going to attack your horsey.
I'm missing you.
And
This
that
is a-
is, that's a 27.
She'll survive.
And another, 2 27s.
Yeah.
Right. So both hit, and that is going to be the first one will be 8 damage, and the second one is 4. That's bludgeoning. And then on their turn, they're going to change their harmony to where they get they're going to get plus 10 to their speed, and then dodge as a bonus action, which they didn't use a bonus action yet. So they're going to use dodge. So you guys will get disadvantage against any attack rolls made against them, and they will use their additional 10 feet.
All of them?
You will jump down. Yep.
Okay.
You'll jump down to there. And I forgot this violin, but he would have attacked that anyway. So, all right. So they have the dodge action. So now it is Farul's turn.
Does dodge do anything against not spell attacks, but saving throws? Does that give you advantage? I can't remember.
It says any attack roll made against you.
Yes or no?
If you can see the attacker.
I'm going to. I wonder how many people I can get.
6.
Just do it. So I'm gonna cast silence in a 20-foot radius. It's circular, so in here will be 5. Can I get like the whole room, like right here, where the 20-foot radius?
Let's see. 5, 10, 15. I'd say this would just miss.
Okay.
What are you doing?
Casting silence.
Oh no, that's big.
I know they're like spell casting with their instruments, like they gotta make noises. Right?
I mean, yeah, they're attacking you with noises.
Yeah, exactly.
Actually, I would say you would just probably get everything in there.
All right,
That's
cool.
big.
Yeah. I'll cast silence.
All right. So does that remove magical effects?
It
So
prevents
no
the
sound
sound.
can be created within or passed
Okay.
through a 20-foot radius sphere centered on the point you choose.
All right. So in doing that, they now all lost their dodge action, and currently they can attack. And that was for how long?
10 minutes until I lose concentration.
Okay.
And any creature or object inside the sphere is immune to thunder damage, and creatures are deafened while entirely inside. Casting a spell that includes a verbal component is impossible.
All right. So they also can't communicate with each other, which is like how they communicate to do everything. So you just kind of shut down like this whole room. Okay.
All right, so that was my action.
You're still going?
That was 2 key points. I will then use a bonus action, I think. I'm gonna use a 1 key point. I'll take the dodge action, and then I'm just gonna try to. I'm gonna go hide behind this horse. I think. I think I can get over there. I have 50 feet of movement.
50. Yeah, I would say you'd just be able to get to the other side. All right.
Hide behind your horse.
Alrighty.
Cool. It would take place after
Gideon's
your
turn.
It would hurt.
Well, I was gonna originally say, were they playing like music like during this?
Mhm.
Okay. I'm just gonna go with the old faithful magic missile,
All right.
and I can shoot out 4. It's
I think
3.
it's 4 if you do second.
I'm just
level.
gonna first level. So
You
3.
can get in sight of them.
What's he say?
You have to see them first.
Yeah. So like through this, if I like this is me, right?
Yeah.
If I like move over here, I can see like the 2 cellos and
Yep.
stuff like that. So I'll shoot I'll shoot the first cello twice and 1 in the back.
Okay.
So
Yeah,
it's just
auto
1d4
hit.
plus 1. It's 4.
Okay.
1, which is 5. 3 plus 1, which is 4, so it's 9 to the first one.
Right.
And 4 plus 1, so 5 to the other one.
Got your smartphone.
Actually, I shoot them for my staff. Yeah.
All right. It's kind of like this purple essence kind of like emanates from in there. You can kind of almost, it's weird how just no sound happens
Yeah.
as it happens.
It's just
Um,
like
Yep.
Then
All right. So do you want to move?
yeah, I'm going to move back to my original position, which was right behind
The guy in the big one.
that guy. This is the hulking man.
All right.
That's it.
All right. Next up, Wolfric.
Alrighty. Well, I suppose I will. How far into the? How much is it for me to just get up into the air and smack that guy? Probably like 30 feet, 20
Yeah.
feet.
Yeah, 30.
Fuck it, I'll smack him
All right.
once.
So are you now silenced?
Yeah, that's the
but,
area.
And I would say that you have
I just-
advantage because with it being silenced, it's completely disoriented.
It's gonna be 21.
All right, it hits.
And 8 damage.
All
The
right.
first hit.
Okay.
I'll tag him again.
All right.
That's gonna be 26.
That hits.
And that's gonna be
A lot. That's gonna hit.
14 damage. 6 plus 8.
All right. Yeah. So with that, as you go to swing at it, and as weird as this is in the silence, you just and you can kind of feel the brass beneath it just kind of kink it first from your sword, and then from hitting it again, it kind of folds
Warhammer.
around your sword, and you have to kind of and it eventually silently just kind of bounces away.
I have a warhammer.
Your hammer.
Good boy. Good lad.
Good
Good lad.
Oh wait a minute! I have a hammer, not a sword. All right,
You
what do you
kick
do?
it off.
I'm gonna use my form of dread and transform into like a snake.
A leathery snake.
Big boy.
Little slivery snake.
Wait, is this like what Marisha was in the
Yeah, it's
beginning?
an
in the
undead
beginning
warlock.
of-
Or
yeah.
undying warlock.
Mhm.
Then
Or undead.
wait,
Oh, the allergies are kicking in. My like ear is like so itchy on the inside.
The cats are
Yeah.
upstairs too.
Yeah, just being
14
on,
extra health.
on who? Oh, you're doing your health.
Yeah.
All right.
And then I'm going to summon undead.
All
I'm
right.
gonna summon a ghost.
Okay.
I'm just gonna
Where?
summon a ghost like
In the room.
in the room,
Probably getting vision of the door. Where do you want some of it?
right next to those two fucking yeah.
So you're gonna have to go over here to see it.
Pissed.
All right.
I'll let
And now your ghost goes.
yeah, now I'll let him fuck him up.
Your ghost gets one attack.
You just
at
guys.
least.
I'm looking at
this crazy snake just.
I'm pissed.
And then you just see, just kind of, and now our ghost just fucking. You're just like, what the fuck is happening?
It's the ghost of his dead familiar that just got aired out.
He's upset.
It's a random
Did you roll
series.
it?
Yeah. Oh wait, that did not roll a hit. But I did the damage.
So it's your spell attack modifier, which is 8.
15.
All right, that missed.
It would have done so much.
As it forms, it just kind of doesn't form enough before it swings and just kind of passes through it. All right. So back at the top.
So you go over here.
All right. So to get out of the silence, they're going to not disengage. They're going to use their movement, so you can use an opportunity attack from your ghost to attack one of these. That hits.
Can I hit both of them or just one?
Just one. You get one reaction.
13 damage.
What damage type is it? Pretty sure they have to make a saving throw too when they get hit.
Do they? I
Um,
thought that was only me.
the creature must succeed on a wisdom saving throw against your spell save DC or be frightened of the If
You're
they
your
can.
little
If
safe
the instruments,
boy.
unless the instruments can't be frightened.
They can be framed. Trust me.
You're an expert. I'm scared.
Remember that fucking piano I got afraid of?
Are you
murder?
scared of the instruments or the giant snake monster next to you?
The instrument. They're ganging up on my horse.
I'm
The things
fucking
like that,
pissed
you're
that you
using it for
touched
half
my
hour.
pig. It's familiar.
Okay. So what damage did you do?
You'll be okay.
Like did you hit on your opportunity attack?
Yeah.
Okay, what damage?
What damage type is it?
7 plus 6.
Well, it's
13?
it's
Oh.
13, but what type is it?
I don't know, necrotic, I think.
I guess that makes sense.
They aren't resistant to anything anyway. So okay, cool.
And then
So with that one, the ghost, as this time it goes to go, and the ghost just kind of grabs onto it and just kind of rips some of the strings, just bing, 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 kind of all break off as it just kind of claws at it, and just kind of flies off as it gets kind of broken up.
Right.
Took one of them out. All right, so to begin, they are going to change their arrangement, and they're going to change their tune a little bit. Everyone within 10 feet of one of the things, so I think it's just Kyle.
They are in 10 feet as well.
And
And Missy.
What about
Yeah, the horse and Kyle.
it's like
No,
I
wouldn't
would
that
say
be?
That's not me. This is
50
me.
feet.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Jack. Yeah, so it's just Jack and the horse. All right, make a DC 19 Wisdom save.
I don't even know if horses have wisdom. Probably have plus 1.
Nope.
11.
11.
Natural.
All right, so both of you guys are frightened until the end of your next turn. So to start, they're going to do some attacks.
Use my horse.
Yeah, so they're just going to do their hammer note again. So all of these guys. Let's see what's the range. I don't think any of them can reach. So probably, well, I think. Yeah, I'd say these front two can reach, and this guy can definitely reach. And then all these guys are going to fucking attack. Okay, so first, going against our snake bay.
Oh no!
Snake bay.
Snake
These two are going to attack you. So 2 separate attacks. One is going to be a 23, and the other is a 28.
No, that one misses.
Right. And that is 12 and 12.
So roll 2 DC 10 Constitution saving throws.
And then the other one is going to attack, the violin is going to attack our wizard guy,
12.
and that is a 28.
That it.
And that is going to do 6 bludgeoning.
So, ghost goes bye-bye.
The 2 harps are going to attack the horse, and the cello are going to attack the horse. So there's a 27, there's a 17, and that is another 27. Holy shit. Alright, so the first one is 4 damage. Second one is 9 damage.
Now you see as they hammer note the horsey,
Third one is 5 damage.
it just like vanishes pretty much. It just poofs away.
Alright.
I cover.
My ghost also moves away.
Did you maintain concentration?
No.
Concentration? Okay. What about you?
Did I get attacked?
Oh yeah,
Which
didn't
one?
attack yet. Trumpet's
Okay.
going to attack you.
Okay. I have dodge, so it's got disadvantage.
Alright, so that is only a 13 on the first one. And then that was a 14 on the second one. Alright, gets plus 9. I rolled a 3 and a 4. Or 4 and 5. Alright. So that is going to be it for them. I forgot to take legendary actions last turn, so that was great. Farul's turn.
It all moved out of my silence,
You
so I'm
lost
not worried
your
about
form,
keeping
right?
concentration.
I keep my form, but I lose my ghost.
Alright.
So I'm frightened, right? That means I can't move near them, and I have to take everything with disadvantage. And I am not at the highest level that I can be to get rid of that. I can't get close to it. I'm literally going to just chuck my spear at the guy closest to me, that harp, because it's like 10 feet, right?
Yep.
I'm just gonna throw a spear at it because, like, I don't know. I got darts. I'm gonna use darts. I'll make 2 darts attack.
You just ruffle 3 foil dart.
Yeah.
You just take your time.
A natural 20 with a disadvantage. That's 14 to hit on the first one.
Missed.
Natural 20 again. That's cool. Disadvantage. 17
All right, that hits.
You just rolled 2 natural 20s
in
when
a
you had
roll with disadvantage. That's 7 damage.
All right.
Piercing.
Do the harp. So it's the first time taking damage.
Bonus action on your next turn.
All right, got it. And you're gonna move. I think you have to move as far away as possible, right?
I just don't think. I think it's. I don't have to move
The next
towards
turn
them.
you
I can't move towards them.
You see, frightened. Disadvantage on all attacks. You can't willingly move closer. Okay.
Yeah.
Alright, cool.
Would closer be behind that tree?
No.
Okay, I'm gonna move behind the tree
Definitely
for cover.
fleeing.
I'm not trying to. I'm frightened.
Nah, yeah. Nah, I'm saying that's good.
Yeah.
It's definitely not running towards it.
Gideon.
Alright. To the shocking reveal. When I took damage, my illusion was dropped. And you just see a decrepit old man. As everyone's shocked. The whole time you're like, oh yeah, you're like really old. I'm like, well, yeah. So,
Wait,
yeah,
I've
so
been
my
having brush
guy,
with an old guy?
yeah. So my guy's actually like really old.
That's why you love the early bird special so much.
Exactly. You guys are picking up on my little peanuts there. All right, so like, oh no, everyone sees me. And then oh, so are they all playing that like that different arrangement now that's like scary?
Yeah.
All right. Could I try to like minor illusion like a conductor guy and like try to change their arrangement, like throw them off?
You can try.
I'm gonna try.
Alright.
All right. I don't think I have to roll for anything, do I?
I would say make a performance check.
A performance check, okay. And I do have that inspiration.
Mhm.
What is that? Like it's just a D6 or something?
You get to
You get to
roll.
reroll.
Oh,
It's essentially advantage.
performance. Okay.
Oh, wait.
It's cocked.
Oh.
It's cocked. It was about almost a 17.
Yeah.
Oh, 19 plus
Okay.
2. 21.
Okay.
It literally was like moving.
I did. I was just like classic guy with like the little like drapery like down the back. He's like, yeah,
It's
he's like a
Hans
little
Zimmer.
thing. Yeah, it's Hans Zimmer.
Hans
That's
Zimmer.
good. And there, he's like starts like,
Bugs Bunny.
yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So, as where do you want the illusion to be?
Can I have it kind of like floating in the air so like they all can
As
kind
many
of,
can see it as possible.
yeah.
Yeah. You can have it like whatever your max range is on. I think it's 60 feet.
Okay.
So it would be like that high. I would say that all of them are able to see it as they see this conductor just all kind of floating.
I have an audience. Is that too big of an audience?
That's a major
Yeah,
illusion.
I do have major image.
Let's use all my spell slots on this. I
Yeah.
really
This is a
think it's
level
gonna be
3
worth
spell
it.
slot. This is gonna be cool.
All right. Cast haste on myself. All right. So, in doing that, you can see this conductor kind of swirling around, and as he's pointing to each instrument, he's kind of calling for more. And you can see that they are somewhat distracted, and I would say so much so to where they aren't going to be able to do they aren't going to be able to change their arrangement and be able to do one of those like extra action things every turn. And I would say for this turn that they also, in being distracted, they lose all their legendary actions.
Cool. Awesome.
All right.
And then I don't think I have any bonus actions or anything like that. So I'm gonna take cover behind his snake form.
Okay.
Just kind of try to take cover.
All right.
Hobble over.
I'm like I'm using my staff now as like a walking stick.
I'm fucking disgusted by your new form.
And you just see me like being like hunched over too. I'm just like
Let me get behind you.
exactly.
All right.
I'm an old
Your turn,
decrepit man.
Wolfric.
I don't know what
That's
That's what I start with.
like a charm.
Starts with a sneeze.
But you
But
don't
make
take
no
it.
noise, so it just goes.
Bless you.
Alright, nobody's in there, so man, you guys saw right through me that whole time. Like, oh yeah, like you're really old. I'm like,
I do know.
I'll walk over here, out here. I'll get in like, You know what? Can I get here with 35 feet from here?
Yeah.
Fine, let's make. No, I'll just hit that guy in front of me. I'll hit that thing.
Smack him.
It's gonna be a 16 to hit.
All right, that hits.
16 again for a second attack. So that's gonna be 14 for the first. Do I need to make a second attack?
Yeah.
Okay. And that's gonna be 8 for the second, or 10 for the second.
All right. So that if your first hit is kind of just scrape the bottom of it, and then you swing back around and blast it enough to where you can feel the back kind of concave and crack a little bit as some of the strings kind of fold back and it goes kind of flying off. All right. Is that the end of your turn?
Do I got any B.A.s? Do I got any B.A.s?
That was cold as dog.
I'm starving.
No, I think I'm good.
All right. Therith, your turn.
Is this a cone or just one person?
Only one person.
Gonna. How many? Oh my god, there's 4 over there. I'm gonna cast
Oh.
X. I'm gonna cast X on. Do I see the one that got my my familiar? Yeah, I'm gonna cast X on him. Then I'm gonna Eldritch Blast him twice.
All right.
So, boom. That one.
Okay.
19.
All
Let's see.
right. Nice. That hits.
That one doesn't hit.
No, unfortunately, no.
Roll that D10.
And that one hits the body of his familiar.
Is that a 6 or a 9?
That's a 9.
That's a 9?
Oh, wait, no. Wait.
Does it got the dot?
That's a 6. I'm sorry.
So that's a 6 plus 5
That's another D6.
plus
Some
D6.
hits.
Well, shit. Add another 4 on top of that.
11, so 15.
15.
All right. So there's a significant amount of damage, just enough to where it kind of dents and kind of not enough to really puncture the snare of it, but you hear with each time that like it hits the snare drum kind of going off, the sticks kind of floating off in a fury and then coming back down onto it. And as all of that happens, as all of you guys kind of barrage it, as the conductor is still in the air, kind of conducting as it was, one of the instruments, one of the cellos, kind of floats up into the air, and as it does so, it starts to kind of unravel and unfurl, and it turns into what looks like a necromancer of sorts, kind of an older man, looks kind of similar to, yeah, you can relate, kind of similar to a Sararak, like on the cover of Dungeon Master's Guide, except
Ready Player One.
so much to where he isn't skeleton-like, but like in his garb, he's very, very similar. And he floats up, and he just
Enough!
and he kind of whisks away the illusion that you had created.
Now, how in the blazes did you all even get in here? I'm done with this. I don't want any more of my instruments getting damaged. It's going to take forever to fix them all. Can we just like talk like regular people and instruments or whatever the heck y'all are? If you could just come in here and we talk. I just want to know why are you in here interfering with my household and just wrecking my concert? How did you even get here?
As he slowly is kind of like floating down to touch down.
Well,
The middle of
I
the
attuned to one of your instruments.
Well, aren't you just old as dirt? I would think that you'd be in the ground 6 feet deep by now. How are you able to hear me? Clean the wax out your ears. So why are you here?
So the guy, I'm just
How are
trying
you
to
here?
break it down. So he pretty much told us to go, like, to follow one of the instruments because we think that one of the instruments probably was a witness to some of these murders.
Well, we figured that the instruments probably witnessed some of the murders that have been going on, so we followed them here.
Well, how in the blazes did you even get here? You're not supposed to be able to do that.
I told you I attuned to one of your instruments by peeking at the Discord. I'm a B.A.T.s user.
You just said all kinds of weird stuff, but I'm just going to take your word for it because it's late and I want to get back to work. So, okay, so you're here because you think you can solve the murder?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that young fella that's going around killing everyone, you think that you can catch him? If I tell you who it is?
I knew it was Oscar.
What?
Oscar.
The kid with the face paint?
Yeah.
Sweet kid. Great kid. But yeah, it's him.
Mhm.
So, I mean, see, it's not like us instruments to interfere with things. Usually, we're just supposed to be the background music for the play that happens, for everything else. That's all we're supposed to be. We're not supposed to be here spilling the beans. You know, we're supposed to like be cooking the beans. We're not supposed to spill them. You know what I mean? So, anyway, is that all you wanted to know? Can you leave now? You see this guy, his race, even looking at him a little closer, he isn't really human. He's a Nocturne, which is a dark elf of this world. And he seems like a nice, like his complexion about him even. For being a necromancer, he doesn't seem dark and evil or anything like that. He genuinely seems like he's just an old guy who just got intruded upon. So what were you about to say?
I mean, oh, sorry, excuse me. I dox people's accents when they talk. It's one of my quirks.
I ain't got no accent though. What are you trying to say?
I'm sorry, I apologize, but
Okay.
yeah, I mean that's really what we
Like,
came
shit,
here to
actually,
learn.
apologize.
But this is very interesting. Are all these instruments people, or are you the only person that can turn into an instrument?
Well,
You see, that's Gregory over there.
it's
That
not too
one's
common.
Tristan.
Not too common I get visitors. So why not? I never had children. I never cared about the war between the Nocturne and the Raelier, which the Raelier are the Sun Elves, and they're kind of at war with the Nocturne, which are the Moon Elves, and all that different stuff. I traveled the world seeking music, and I collected instruments like a foster parent would collect abandoned children. And I was attracted to this place because, well, Peter Lehman kind of did the same thing with all the undead, kind of made a little safe haven for them. So I figured I could do the same thing and protect them so people couldn't find them and break them and whatnot. And Peter and I kind of made an agreement that I would provide the music and the life of this city and tell stories through my music. As long as he gave me this safe place to be. So he saved me too. Didn't know someone could still fucking find me though. Kind of boils my broth. But that's gonna kill him.
Yes.
Well, it's a very complicated process.
I mean, I feel bad for the kid.
His face is gonna explode on the pavement.
Oh my god.
I like just
Oh my
back away.
God,
I'm not with these people. I'm not gonna leave.
I'll tell you this. He isn't dead, but he is not alive. He's some kind of in between. I ain't seen nothing like it. He's empty, but save for whatever darkness sustains him. My instruments, they witness his creation. It was a slow evolution. Though he was the first to descend to such depths and circumstances not new. For yeah, he was more frail and inclined to wickedness, but he was forged into what he is by the world around him. You mark my words. He could have been saved. He was just lonely as all. He reaches over and one of his violins kind of comes up and he kind of just strokes it. This violin here played a lot of Oscar songs. When an individual loses their humanity and they're fueled by just the darkness that's inside, they're a different kind of undead. For they haven't fallen to time or ailment or poison or blade, but they're done dead nonetheless. Feeling the rest of the world and all the smiling people, they're all rising higher and higher as one sinks deeper and deeper. In a pit of cold loneliness and misunderstanding and futility at the absurd idea of escape. Like you could somehow climb out of this. Everything that he felt, I felt through this right here. That's the violin. Inside his body is a darkness blacker than the lifeless pupils of a serpent.
He's the killer. She's the killer.
For that blackness is darker
They're the killer.
than this world can fathom. That blackness is from Oblivion.
Love that game.
My instruments have seen many things in the city. And I can tell you that it wasn't no accident that he got pushed as far as he did. You notice how the city's kind of pulling apart?
Mm-hmm.
It was the fire that he lit, but I think somebody else is holding the match.
Horace.
I don't want to talk too much, because it's not our place to be anything more than background music, but I gotta say my piece. Somebody was making sure that people were really mistreating this boy. Got his mind directly to the gutter. He did everything but put that blade in his hands and hold it up to that poor girl's throat.
Yeah, my great-granddaughter.
Great. Oh, she was like already dead too.
I really pity that boy. It was after his first kill that he got. Yeah, he was sick and he did it because he had that urge.
He's eating people.
He thought he wasn't doing no wrong because she was already dead, but he was wrong nonetheless. But the reason why he kept doing it, at least until that Horace was making him do everything, he was doing it because every time he did, that Unmade would slither through and talk to him, and he was no longer alone. I wish he could be saved. But I understand if you gotta do what you gotta do.
It's a shame really can't be saved at all. So I have an idea. So you bust through the front door of his house and scare him, and I sneak up behind him and knock him to the ground, put my spear to his throat.
Yeah.
You take your hammer and then walk up and just finish the job.
See, I think he might be a little stronger than anticipated. So what I was personally thinking, we can go into the rooftops.
So we gotta
And
sneak
like,
up
while
on
he's
him.
working, we just jump on him. Like, I'll lead the charge. I'll go my warhammer.
Well, I
I
think we
can-
could
I
discuss.
don't want no parts of
I can
this.
send my snake in to fight him, put him to sleep, and we can do whatever we want with him.
We
He
should
will
really-
pay.
Why are you trying to put a little boy to sleep and do whatever you want
To
with him?
kill him easily because he's very powerful.
I think we should discuss this over a nice brunch.
You gotta pay the troll soul to get inside the boy's soul.
I'm saying boy's soul, not boy's hole.
We don't fiddle little kids.
I don't know.
All right,
I realized I was saying boy's
Please,
hole
just-
and not
Just
boy's
take all this
hole.
hatred and blood out of my house. I'm sorry.
The house all kind of whisks away, and you guys find yourself kind of back. The veil lifts, and you're back into the city.
And I want to get a
I was
magic
gonna
flute.
fucking yell at that trumpet.
You can just read something. If you have an hour.
Guys, I'm kind of tired. Guys, I'm kinda tired.
Did you guys get hurt? Yeah,
Yeah.
that's how my
can try to take
disguise
a-
get dropped.
Oh, yeah, we
I don't
can
have any.
try to take a short rest again. Really?
Did you make any attacks?
Yeah, I did the magic missile.
All right, I did do the d6. That's a 4. So you're at 6 out of 20.
Oh my god, I think it's my left hand now. Oh my god.
If I divine sense when I see where it is inside him, because I can detect good and evil, and then fiends, fey, and undead.
So when you do it, you clearly see that he's totally fine. He's mad.
You're fine, bro. It's all in your head.
Oh my
I
god.
just looked.
It's in your left arm.
What? Oh.
I'm just like, it's like
You didn't deserve
What?
it. We only kill people. Here.
Raoul, you're gonna have to chop it off for me again.
Alright, wait. Alright, can I? Alright.
I take my spear and just stab him, and it just doesn't even.
Well, not yet.
I can suck it out of you. I'm half. I'm half.
I thought we
undead.
left bats. Oh my
I'm going to
god.
suck the Discord out of you, bro.
Yeah, suck me, please.
I'll try. No, I'm gonna try.
Get away.
let him do it.
Please get away from me.
Alright,
I
I can hold him down.
Is this rape? What's happening?
Not that kind of sucking, old man.
Oh my god.
You can suck the blood and discord out of you, bro.
You can't suck
don't
the
think it's his
Discord out of
blood.
me. You can suck the blood, yes.
I know, I can. I'm half undead. I'm half undead, but like,
He's really good.
I have
He's
nothing to
really
spare.
You have to join that bones.
Oh my god. Alright. Let's get out.
you want to
Get out.
let's just amputate one of your limbs so it gets.
Guy's hungry, bro. He wants to eat
Oh
me.
no, I'm trying to save you, bro.
I'm good.
Okay. All right. So you guys know where Oscar's house is.
We
You guys
blow
wanna
it up.
get
We
a
got fire
take a
bullet.
little. We take a little.
Take a little break on the park bench. All right. So you guys can rest up. Take a short rest.
Still steak it.
Oh.
Get some brunch.
We do this.
All right. So as you guys navigate, Oscar's house is a very, very tiny, basically a little shack because he really does live on his own. It is on just off of Dreamcatcher Court, and it's also kind of diverges from Shallow Pit Drive. Shallow Pit Drive used to just be literally just all shallow grave pits, but then the living had to move in, and they're starting to build walls and roofs because that's what they need.
Gentrification.
And like there are some little individual shacks that are still there in between some of the big mass grave sites where a lot of the undead are buried to recharge their discord essentially. And in one of those little shacks, you can see that there is this tiny little, it's almost really like leaning against another shack. It's just a little one room place that has just a single door, a single window on the side, and it's maybe 10 feet by 10 feet. The door is very dry rotted, and basically you're more or less, when you go to really touch it, you realize that it kind of just breaks off and you just physically move the door to walk in. And the house is currently vacant, which you guys were able to kind of clearly see when you walked up.
I'm going to first, like, do a little like scout around, see if I can like find any like zombies that are knocked over, like out of energy.
What weird shit are you gonna
Dude,
do?
no.
Wait, did we already take our short rest?
Yeah.
Oh shit, I had something. Can I do something real quick?
Yeah.
What was it? I wanted to use my short rest recharging ability before we did. I wanted to find like one of the riders. Can we find anyone nearby?
A rider?
Yeah, like somebody that was just trying to kill people, like B.A.T.s, because they.
Oh yeah, trying to find like a criminal.
Yeah. All right. Are they undead? I'm assuming they're. Gonna
Yeah, it would be all in
All
it.
right. They make a wisdom 13 saving throw.
All right, so you go up. There are a pair of skeletons.
Okay. There's two. Okay.
So they rolled a 7 in wisdom.
What?
I don't want to be part of this.
Okay, that failed.
All right. He is now under my control for the next 24 hours.
Okay.
So he's my little guy.
All right.
He's
Well,
my
one of
little
them. So
guy.
what about the other one?
Oh.
You're
Are we,
leaving
I'm
this
assuming this is like an alleyway kind of thing. I'm just gonna try to walk away with him and see what the other one says.
Okay.
His friend's
So-
following me.
So in doing the control, so you can even take this mini. That's your guy.
What's the kidnapping?
So I would say make a performance check
He's a bad person.
as you are trying to. I'd say make a stealth check. This is that verbal and somatic.
No, it's just a class feature.
Okay, so then I would say you don't need a stealth check. I would just say make a persuasion check.
Okay.
As you are trying to persuade the other skeleton that you know him, since you are undead, I would say no disadvantage or anything
18.
like that. All right. Yeah.
I'm gonna ask
You're all
that
naked.
skeleton to just come take a rest on the bench. This is before the rest. Come take a rest on the bench with us.
Yeah. Well, why do you need me to take a rest on the bench?
I don't know. We could just. I don't know you, but I know him, and we could just catch up.
I ain't tired though. Why am I going to take
All
a
right,
rest?
we'll just leave you then. All right.
We're just on our way to Bats in the Belfry.
Yeah, he forgot about our business. Isn't that right, Kyle? What he says. Yes.
Well, that's believable. I guess I'm going by myself.
Because you're all mate.
Well, that was really believable. That was very convincing. Well, I guess more balls, ass, and titties for me, right?
Yeah, that's right, brother.
All right, I'll catch you there later.
All right.
All right, I'll see you guys. I'll try and save some for you. But literally, I can bring you home some if you want some balls. Do you want balls, ass, or titties?
All three, please.
Okay.
3 for special.
All right.
I'll get the Neapolitan.
Okay. All right, I'll get it for you. All right. And off. I'll see you.
He gets off. All right, so you now have a skeleton companion.
All right.
Okay.
Funny.
Now the rest is restarted.
I would like to go.
Okay.
So Rest is restarted. So you're looking for a zombie that's on the ground.
Basically.
Is
Okay.
this before the rest as well, or is that
This was, well, basically before. But
Okay.
it doesn't matter.
Is this zombie rich?
Well, it does matter because then
The
we.
zombie looked like he has a lot of
I thought we went into the house, realized it was vacant, and now you're looking for a zombie.
I guess it was before. I was trying to do this. I just want a guy.
You want a guy?
So you also want a guy.
You also
You're trying to
After the-
resurrect the zombie.
No, I
Kinda.
died.
Okay, are you trying to raise the dead?
I do have that. I just need a dude.
Well, you need to find
I
a
was
dead.
gonna try to
You
bring
have
you
to
up.
find a dead person.
Like, oh, dead,
Like a-
dead?
Yeah, like
So when they're, like, out of energy, that doesn't count?
No.
I think the only people you could do that to would be the murdered.
yeah, that's
people.
what. Or just like,
Or you would
anybody
have
who's
to
just,
kill
you know,
them.
who died.
Which would be murder. But, I mean, the murders that Oscar is committing are fueled from something even darker. Like,
Yeah,
his
I
are
did.
true.
I did like murder, but no, never mind.
If we kill one, that means you can raise it.
Yeah, if your guy dies, then I can just raise him.
All right? Okay. All right. So you guys are in Oscar's house.
Okay.
Two of you guys make an investigation
Are there secret passages anywhere?
Mine is shit.
check. This little
Mine-
ramshackle
Let me
shack.
Yeah,
check
you
mine
should-
out.
you
Mine
build a
might be
little
better.
I think mine is okay.
Yours is good because it's intelligence.
It's intelligence, right? Yeah.
Me and you.
Investigation.
Ready?
Ooh! Natural one.
What are we looking for?
I don't know
And
now.
it's total of
I don't even
9.
know what I'm looking for now. I rolled a natural one.
Okay. They know.
Why did I come
The
in here
Alzheimer
again,
fucking
man?
just settled in.
Yeah, my Alzheimer's.
So what you can find in here with a 9 being the highest is that he wasn't very at least toward the end. It looks like he wasn't very meticulous in cleaning up after himself. It looks like he's at this point getting to the stage where he's getting kind of more reckless than anything. It's not really sure how much Horus has really kind of taken over him from all the murders that he's committed, but you guys are able to find
That was my father's name.
like clearly, like just from walking in, there's more of a smell of death and decay than is what is normally in the city. And from even just digging around a little bit, you can find some body parts and everything that you can assume were murdered. There's a skillet that even has some meat that's in there that you can tell is human or undead meat that was being cooked and eaten. And you can find that there are several omissionettes kind of everywhere, which omissionettes are things that we touched upon in episode 2, which are unique writing. It's poetry in this world, but
Yeah.
they purposely omit the last line. Sometimes they omit
So you can
half the poem.
figure
It's kind of theory on what the
people can
writer meant.
determine what the last
Um,
line should be or whatever.
A lot of these are kind of like dark and kind of mind-bendy, kind of like ones that if someone already has an unhealthy mind, if they're reading these, it's going to lead them down the wrong path. And the one that you stumble upon in general, the most recent one that's on the top of the one little desk that he has there, the one piece of furniture, other than a little sack of a haystack where he sleeps, is an omissionette that you can see the very last line. He scribbled in his own interpretation of the answer in what looks like face paint, is what he like wrote it in as. And the omissionette is titled "Feed Me Madness," and this is how it goes. And again, the last line he scribbled in himself. A taste so little, from a chalice a drop from empty. The face says it'll numb the malice and stop it plenty. I devoured sorrow, fear, hate, worry, love, elation, rage. A color for each, all mix into blackness. Feed me, and then in all capitals, feed me. Drool muddles my words as I write them next. Full puddles on my lips that fall and blur the text. And then the last stanza. The more blackness was made, the more blackness to paint thee. And he wrote, the more madness I ate, the more madness ate me. Okay. You can see that there are a whole lot of different omissionettes that are similar, kind of dark, twisted things that he read and he kind of scribbled in answers to and even made notes on and everything.
Man's been on the creepypasta Reddit.
So other than that, with a 9, you're not able to really find anything else that's like, I mean, you literally found meat in a skillet and these omissionettes
Missionettes that
everywhere.
were just laying around.
Yeah.
I found a cup of water.
A cup of water?
Alright,
You find a chamber pot.
Can I use
It's full
divine
of shit.
sense, which Makes it so a strong presence of strong evil registers in your
much shit?
senses like a noxious odor. Powerful good rings like heavenly music in your ears. I can make myself aware of celestial fiends and undeads and basically anything that would radiate their
Magic.
evil or good, basically.
You see, there's undead literally everywhere.
Yeah. Well, not yet, but also it says you can
Yeah, they're
detect the
good.
presence of
Yeah,
good.
good.
You looking for anything in particular?
I'm honestly just looking for like almost like any sort of trail that can lead us to him or anything that would relate to his latest whereabouts. Some of the biggest.
Did you drop any like like you use candy? Like,
I do the old
like eyeballs.
yeah,
He's been eating.
the old detect magic or something.
I respect that. It's a ritual
I doubt
service.
anything would be here, but I'll cast that as a ritual.
So in casting that, you detect no magic.
Oh,
Malone.
he's broke. He's no magic.
Broke boy.
Upon just turning the house over and kind of standing out there, just kind of thinking like, did we miss anything? What's going on? A few passersby are kind of eyeing you guys. Oscar has been known for being like kind of the weirdo, and he's been bullied quite a lot, which has been multiple people have said.
I think he deserved it. You know, all these people,
Really?
And
Fucking freak.
one kind of older, kind of haggard woman walking by.
Looking for the young lad, Oscar?
Yeah.
Shame how miserable he always is. I'm one of the few who don't treat him like grave dirt. You find him, tell him Maud was asking for him and wishing him well, okay?
Yes, young lady.
Maud? Oh, hello there. And tell him that I have a missionette for him. Will you, dearie?
May I read it?
I don't have it with me. It's back home. Are you investigating? I think I know why you're here.
Why is that?
It's him, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, perhaps.
When the hooded men came through, I refused to be cruel to the boy. No matter how much coin or threat they gave me. But perhaps I'm just as bad. I agreed I would keep giving him these. Perhaps these words were what set him over the edge.
Yeah, so she said that basically some hooded people had come in. They told a bunch of people nearby to bully the shit out of this kid. She refused, but she did accept money to give him these kind of depressing missionettes. And she's afraid that she kind of feels guilty as well. And maybe these words were what.
So are these
We
We
people
definitely were
like-
guilty, but now we have to find him.
These people were working for Horus.
Maybe.
Where did they come from, old lady?
She's young.
Well, I don't want to get in the middle of it, but everyone suspects they were the repairmen.
I'm from Tarradon.
So the theory would be that they think one of the Tyrant Acolytes, their newest attempt at breaking up Kaskett or even the whole nation of Mortimalis, would be create a rift between the living and the dead and make war between them. And unfortunately, they had people push this kid to becoming this thing for them to all hate. And it worked.
So where do they hang out? You know?
They come across me on the street and offer me coin or thread.
How often?
Maybe every 10 days or so.
Every 10 days, you said? How many days since the last visit.
6 or 7. It's not a routine thing, just whenever they're walking by. Sometimes they'll stop by my front door. Scared to open it.
Interesting.
I'm so sorry. See,
Pulls out a crumpled paper.
words are magic, dearies. Perhaps my method was the cruelest of all.
She kind of crumples it up.
I'm so very, very sorry.
She starts walking off.
Absolutely, lady.
Anyways, if we just hid in his house,
You think they would come by his house?
maybe.
Be good. Or we can go back to the police station and let them know.
I
Probably a
don't
better
drink
idea.
there.
A better idea of
Maybe
their
they-
whereabouts.
Yeah. What about I don't know, maybe does Paul Barry know where?
What? No,
He's always trying to do something.
Yeah.
You don't need
How can I
material.
stall the plot further?
Yeah. You don't need
We're like got dying around.
You don't,
This
you
man's
don't
like,
need
let's
material
look
components unless they
for
cost
water.
money. Because your arcane focus
Yeah.
counts as
I don't need a cup of water.
So,
I will get one. Just
you guys, as you guys are all standing here kind of figuring out what to do, you do notice, and you in particular pick it up because you're attuned to it. You notice that of all the different musical instruments from the House of Chords that are out here throughout the day or throughout the night that didn't go back to the house, you start to hear one pitch that drastically changes. That is, it pulls upon you. That you were able to notice. The rest of them, like musically, it doesn't change, but the faint little discord of it is what changed, and you were able to pick up on it. And you know that it's coming down the road, kind of to the northeast.
Quickly,
Quickly what?
I've noticed a disturbance in the force. A disturbance in the Discord.
Yes, old man, let's go.
To the northeast.
I just get these up.
Follow me!
Instruments you're looking for.
I'm
Right.
like, follow me.
Just like slowly, one little thing of your staff, and then you take a step.
Quickly now.
All right. So as you guys navigate down several different roadways, you ultimately come to an alley where you can see a body that is very, very disheveled. It looks like someone was in the middle of kind of carving and dissecting it up. And you can see all the Oblivion larva is all kind of still kind of. You've never seen it this active before. This had just happened.
You said like you're familiar in the air to like look.
In the air, not so much. You do kind of notice that being like this fresh, the Oblivion larva, the way that it is curling, is kind of all kind of going toward one direction.
What direction?
Animate dead.
From where you guys came down the road, it would be still directly ahead down the road. The body's laying face down, and the Oblivion larva is kind of all slithering out from around it, and is all kind of being drawn, almost like a snake to music, that way.
Animate dead. Like, do they like keep the memories?
They can't talk or anything.
All right, well, let's chase after in that direction.
Yeah.
Now wait, his dad has like 5 feet of movement, so how are you gonna?
It's
I had
was
one-
it a
one-
zombie or a
one hit point.
skeleton?
It's a zombie.
It was a zombie. Okay.
Are you
So-
still gonna animate it or no?
I thought.
Well, no. If he gets a certain stat block. It gets.
10 feet.
It's 20
This is-
feet. It's
oh.
20 feet for zombie.
It's
Oh,
faster than
range is
the old
10 feet.
timer.
Yeah, range is 10 feet, but it's a
Throw
movement
him
speed
in the
would
net.
be 20.
Oh wait, your horse is gone.
My horse is going for
Whose
now.
horse is that?
He's.
He's not dead.
Yeah, he got 20 feet of movement.
This is my loyal steed.
All right, are you gonna raise him?
I already did it.
Okay, all right.
Hopefully
So you guys are
follow me.
running. It's
But, like,
behind you.
does,
You're
like-
leaving a trail.
Does he still have leeches in him? Like, is he like?
Yeah, they're still all going crazy. Which, if you guys wanted to use it as a guide,
Can we like follow him?
yeah, you're just kind of letting them walk forward, just commanding him to walk forward, and the leeches, as you come up to an intersection, they just kind of
Back that way.
you just start going that way. Okay, so ultimately, you realize, and since you had touched it and you touched it too, you held onto it for a little bit longer. You kind of feel that like pull to it, and you almost kind of feel like you're sort of almost in sync with it. to where the way that they are dancing and acting, yes, they're directing you to it, but whatever is on the other side of it knows that these are moving toward it, so that whoever you guys are chasing after, which pretty sure is Oscar with Horace kind of taking over him, they're aware that this larva is quickly moving toward them.
Okay.
So you guys are leading.
Like, are we running through like an open road right now?
It's starting to kind of open up a little bit more into kind of the, not the outskirts of town, but one of the more kind of open areas that kind of has more mass grave sites and everything like that, and some of like these like ancient trees that kind of grow into the shape of skulls, and some like ruins of individual buildings that have been kind of like known for being like specific haunts that most people kind of keep out of. This isn't so much of a neighborhood that you guys are beginning to work toward, but more or less like kind of an abandoned section of town, pretty much where you guys are being led to.
Gonna cast armor of
Agathis?
Yeah.
All right.
I know he probably knows we're coming, but are we trying to like stealth around? Like he knows that thing's coming. Doesn't probably understand why that thing's coming.
Yeah, I mean, if Shane wants to send it in like the front, we could try to sneak around back and get an ambush, like maybe through another alleyway or something.
Yeah, I was saying, we don't have any idea by the time like.
15 or 25 what?
Oh, it's for an hour. I'm gonna cast Pass Without a Trace.
You'll get
When
15.
you cast this. Oh, okay. It automatically did it.
Yes. It's 5 per level.
Oh, okay.
Back King Tree.
With a shitty house.
I'm also.
More big trees. I got a tree.
I'm also going to summon my ghost dude.
Dude, how many spell slots do you have? Oh, where's your last one? Yeah, that makes sense.
I only get 2. And
Yeah.
Summon undead is free.
Yeah.
Or enemy dead.
I've only used one magic missile.
I haven't used a single spell slot yet.
I get my
smites on
shit
this.
back on a small rest.
Small.
Or
Rolling on my wrist.
So as you guys approach the ruins of this one dilapidated house, some of the trees, ancient and regular, some of them are ancient, kind of these like whitewashed trees that kind of grow in the shape of skulls, that kind of have their own kind of haunting spirits about them. This is kind of the more abandoned section of town. A lot of these ruins are like ones that most people even respect so much they don't even trespass upon, because like the discord that kind of inhabits this area kind of demands its own respect that most people don't want to trespass upon. And you just feel them pulling closer, and you know that he is inside of the ruins of this building waiting for you. He knows that you know, and he's waiting.
And there's nobody else nearby.
We can't like sneak up. We can't try to like sneak up and get a surprise attack on them even.
Well, he knows we're coming, I guess.
He knows where the skeleton is.
I'm saying
the-
if Shane
the
sends
zombies.
the skeleton in the front, we could wrap around the back.
Yeah,
Okay.
Did you pee without tea?
I did. Yeah.
Okay.
can I send
What?
my
Pass
familiar?
without
Pass
trace?
without
Oh.
Can I send my
I'm
familiar
saying-
way up in the sky?
A flare?
No, my familiar.
Oh,
Jesus.
like it made sense.
It does. It's just
We're
funny.
here.
We're here.
Oh, yeah.
Come out!
You want to keep them close for combat, right? And then you
Well,
might-
I just wanted to see, like, 'cause it looks like.
Is he literally going to be
Oh,
like
wait,
saying?
is there a roof or?
Not really.
Oh, I just wanted to set him like way up and just look in.
Oh, it's a scale.
Yeah.
All right, yeah. You can see that he is kind of waiting in the corner inside of here
Nobody else?
Should I
by himself.
Should I tell the zombie to attack him? What should I tell the zombie to do? Just walk in there.
Walk in there and fall down.
Do a little jig in the front door. Like,
Distract them.
All right. I tell my zombie.
Look at
Alright,
me!
Go in
hello,
there
my darling. Hello, my.
and then fall over like you're dead, but just like act it. Then if shit goes down, just like stab him in the back.
Okay.
But alright. And then
Oh.
then I'll
Question:
You're
Is
saying-
my skeleton, would it be the short sword or the short bow variant?
Short sword.
I guess we should flank it.
So this guy is the guy the resurrected guy that you're sending out.
Yeah.
So where are you sending him?
Just to, like pretty much go in the doorway and then fall over dead and let the leeches fucking leave.
Okay.
We're doing this. We're
Fall
going
over.
around the back.
Okay.
Ready to flank him while he's doing
Dead.
this.
All right.
Now wait for me.
Come, my boy.
Moving as fast as
When I say come, you come.
You check the king.
You're free to check the code.
Who's hiding behind that tree right there?
That's Jack.
I'm just staying where that is.
He's been there for like 2 hours.
I also did summon my little ghost dude.
Okay.
Your ghost dude can go through walls, I think. So.
Yo.
It's a nearly headless snake.
Neely.
Okay. All right. So when you guys are kind of stealthing around, that thing walks in there and just kind of drops dead. He looks to you, or he looks to the corpse. What do I do? You said they're coming. They're here. But where are they? Really can't even get one more, can we? But if I let you take over,
I'm using false life on myself.
I'll be all alone again, won't I? I warn you with words. Society broke you with words. I am words. And you are me. If I give you control, I'll be all alone again, won't I? What do I do? What do you guys do as you hear this?
Rush him.
Is there any?
Let's kick his keister.
Where do we want to go in from?
I'm going off the roof. I'm never going to jump up there and do monk shit.
Okay.
Yeah.
Where is he? Oh, is this guy right here?
You know?
So the second we do anything, my zombie dude gonna sprint in the action.
Okay. Your ghost or your zombie?
My zombie. He's gonna sprint, but like, he's gonna try his best. So whenever we start, that's like whenever he's gonna do that shit.
Let's go. Are we just running into the house and meeting his ass?
Why not?
Alright, fuck it.
I'll lead the charge, I guess. Fuck it.
Alright.
Me and my skeleton will be going in together.
Okay, I'm going to run up the wall of the back of the house and try to jump on mine.
I'm gonna wait.
I'm gonna have my ghost
Maybe wrap around here.
go
so
right
you
through
can
the
shoot
wall
skulls through the
Okay.
window.
the second like
Okay.
it hears anything.
So if you guys are going to try and sneak in, his passive perception is 14.
We do
I
have
feel like
Fist
we're not-
Without Trace on from Jack, so.
Are we all stealthing?
30.
It's,
Oh, wait,
it's
I have
plus 10,
disadvantage.
right?
Yeah. So that's going to be 6, 18.
Okay.
Do my ghouls need to fucking make it as well?
I'll do my-
27.
Okay.
I'll do for
No,
my
mine's
skeleton.
plus 0. So
20 for my skeleton.
26.
30 for my skeleton.
17.
All right.
17 for my there.
All right. So with that, I'm going to give you guys advantage
Or
on
19.
Getting initiative because he knew that you guys were coming and he's ready. So I'll let you guys position wherever you want to position within like this radius,
Okay.
and then give you advantage on initiative because he knew you guys were going to be here. He knew you guys were here.
Ooh, that's a natural 1 on the first roll for
That's
initiative.
big.
2 19s.
I got 13.
And that's a 7.
A 5 and a 1.
I will
All right.
be-
He rolled very badly.
He's about to get there. So
me
fuck.
and my skeleton will be approaching through, I guess, the front. I'm kind of leading the charge.
All right. All right. Where do you guys want to be?
Can I go around to the right, like looking through that. Then
I want to be behind him, up on the wall though.
can I have my familiar like also just fly up there with Jack?
All right.
The ghost like right behind the wall.
All right. What about you, Kyle?
I'm gonna. I was thinking about the window, but I'm going to hide behind that tree.
You might be able to push that side window open.
I have arthritis. My fingers.
So as you guys arrive, and what's the initiative?
22.
All right, and you were.
Faru.
All right.
I got a 7.
I got a 13.
7.
My dex is 0.
His dex is 2.
All right.
So shame for me.
You got a 7.
They
Okay.
both
Oh, okay.
Shane
Yeah, so
first.
he's before both you guys. He got a 7 or 8. Roll a 7 plus 1.
No, he's not allowed. Alfred Camino.
All right. So it's going to be Farul, Wolfric, then Oscar / Horace, Thereth, then Gideon. All right. So as you guys first are rounding the corners, you're able to see him, and he's aware of your presence. Oscar just kind of, is this the end? Am I going to die? Are you going to leave me?
You're toast, bud.
You're
And it just kind of
trash, man.
falls just kind of silence for just a moment, as you can kind of feel that kind of separation between Horace and Oscar for just a moment before he absorbs them all the way. And Oscar just kind of in that brief moment, he's just kind of here in the silence. And then this black muck kind of encases him and kind of mixes with his flesh, creating this giant kind of black mucky tentacle creature.
Yeah, I don't know if we want to ambush him.
As it
Yeah,
forms-
so gonna jump
I'm gonna jump on him and then I just don't know about
And
that.
that's why I hid behind the tree.
You mocked me on your first kill. I was the high that he chased. I was the first to truly murder that which was already dead. He reinvented it, poking holes so that I could poke through from that cursed Oblivion. And I shall not go back.
And that's combat. All right. So we got Farul. What we got?
I'm gonna do the same thing I was gonna do. I'm gonna jump on his back. I'm gonna stab him with a spear, and then I'm gonna hit him again. Yeah, I'm gonna stab him again. The second one is gonna be a stunning strike.
You're on his back.
Mm-hmm.
I'm stunned.
First deck.
I give him a running bulldog.
14.
14 hit.
Oh, really?
That missed.
Oh.
Oh. I thought you said 14.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay, well, second attack definitely is going to hit. It's a 20, dirty.
All right, that hits.
All right. So
Barely.
Yeah.
It's too old.
he takes 4 damage,
Soon Korea.
All right, 4 damage.
and he's going to make a strength. Constitution saving
All right. And that is a 26.
throw. Oh, he saves. Okay. So then, I'm gonna jump off of him. Right, and then I'm just gonna go back down the wall I just came from.
Okay.
It's yours. DC 16.
I want to go down. I don't want to see his face.
It's
I
probably
want him.
that
I want to
bad.
hide, basically. No, on the other side.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm all the way down there.
Worth to try.
You have to roll a disengage to do that?
No, I have mobile, so so
Right.
he doesn't get any opportunity attacks on me.
All right. So he's going to legendary action, and he's a 10-foot reach. This swing at you.
All right.
All right. He's going to make. He gets 2 attacks. So So he will do 2 slam attacks.
Just bludgeoning.
So that is a natural 20. And yes, this will be... No, this is going to be poison. Alright, so natural 20. The second one missed. Or does a 16 hit? Okay. Yeah, second one missed. And that is going to be... 15 acid damage, doubled to 30.
Well, did you just double? You do the max damage plus whatever you roll.
Oh, right. So I rolled 10. The max, it was 16, so it's 26. And then, since he missed, oh no, this is a legendary action, so that's it. Okay, doesn't have a bonus action or anything. All right. So next in the order is going to be Wolfric.
All right, me and my Skelly will approach.
All right.
Oh yeah.
That's what we're gonna do.
Pretty much. So first, I'm gonna bonus action Thunderous Smite as I don't know. I draw some fucking death energy from the ground and imbue my blade. And I'm gonna make my first attack.
Your hammer.
All right.
He's at blade. Can you believe that? It's gonna be 13, 12,
All right. Nice.
17.
That is.
And I'm
Bam.
gonna do a second level Divine Smite along with that.
Oh god.
So that's gonna be.
I mean, you missed.
That's big boy
Right, yeah, this is gonna be a
DMG.
lot of damage because I just hit him with double smite attack. Oof.
Oh
Okay.
boy.
7. Hold on.
Oh, this is going to be huge.
He's
Break
at
out your calculators,
It's fucking
boys.
it's rolled a
7.
1 immediately.
7 and plus. Is he a? You said he's a upper
fiend.
version of undead. Oh, he's a fiend. That also works. So I do an extra d6 with my smite. So that's gonna be. Where is the?
Very big plans.
Oh, 2d8.
Very proud.
Yeah.
Very proud.
I also didn't use my medicine faster. Kill me.
Save it for next one, unless you get one shot.
He's stabbed.
11. So 14 plus the starting 8.
22? Yep. All right, nice. So you come in, just kind of smashing into him. Kind of like black, like ooey chunks are just kind of splattering against the walls, and these little larva pieces are all kind of like shivering off, but his tentacles are all just kind of. All right. So he is going to. Oh, it's his turn. All right. So.
Oh, my skeleton. Hold on. He's gonna attack for 19.
Oh, yeah.
Your turn.
7.
Oh.
7 damage.
All right. All right. So.
Where's your steed?
Huh?
Where's the steed?
He's dead. For now. I can revive him. Oh, also, he must succeed on its strength saving throw real quick.
Ooh, he rolled a 7 plus 1 is 8.
If he fails, he gets knocked back 10 feet away
All
from
right.
me.
He's going to use the legendary save. All right. So with that, all right. He is going to. You have your reaction?
Yep.
Attack the skeleton, attack you. So first one against the skeleton is a 27.
Yeah.
And that's going to be
Oh. There's a lot of dice.
17 acid.
He's dead.
Okay. You see the tentacle just
Right into the building into the goal.
kind of like obliterates all these bones and just kind of clatter everywhere.
He's like, ah! He can be brought back. He's
Tentacle similarly
He's a menace.
looks back and tries to hit you. That is a 21.
Hits.
All right.
I have to heal myself.
And that is 9 plus 5, so 14 acid damage.
What a half shot at me.
I'm like almost dead.
And since you are within
You didn't
5
yell during the
feet,
short rest.
make a strength save.
I
Strength or dex?
19.
All right. Best. You are not grappled. You would have been grappled, and that would have been pretty bad for what he can do to grapple things.
He would have sucked you off.
he's gonna grab you, and then he's just gonna.
Oh, wow. He's going to take you to bats.
All right, take your bats, man. All right. So it is Thareth's turn. Then Gideon. What are we doing? Big turn. Big turn.
So do I have? Because I gave my zombie the command. The second something goes wrong, attack. Do I have to use my action to control him?
What was the spell that you used?
Animate Dead. He said you can give it commands, and during combat you can give it an additional command as a bonus action to attack. But he kind of did it before.
Okay, I would say for that opening turn.
Yeah.
That
Just this one
was
turn.
good. Yeah.
That's what I'm missing. All right. So, I guess the zombie.
I'm not really dead. Here's one.
Joke's on you, mister.
Revenge.
Here's 1 damage.
Some crazy anime like. Use this crazy attack that's got a crazy name.
16.
Boop, 1 damage. 16 to hit. Nice. No, I'm kidding. That hit.
I was with a +3. That thing was never gonna hit.
It does 1d6 plus 1.
All right. Every little bit helps. 4 damage.
All right, man. Nice. So
4
he's
times.
he's dead.
Yo. All right.
If the zombie gets
Now-
up,
That's it.
I'm gonna Eldritch Blast him twice.
Wait, a warlock is gonna do what?
Eldritch Blast him. I know it's like
Eldrick?
what? What's wrong? Like, am I like stupid or something? You guys.
Yeah.
That.
All right.
Am I stupid or something?
Yeah,
Oh,
you
12?
are Stevie. 12 to hit.
Yeah.
You think that hit?
It's a possibility.
No.
And a 12.
No. All right.
Okay.
Good try.
No,
Alright.
he's still got 2 more attacks to go.
Now
I like the confidence.
Now I send bonus action. Go bite him, little snake.
You really?
Bite him.
This comes in from above.
What's the plus on that motherfucker?
The plus on it is for the sting.
No, to attack.
Yeah, that's a sting. It's 16. Or plus 4.
Oh,
Oh,
18.
Oh, nice. You
All right, that hits.
Alright, now
1d4 plus 2 damage.
Insane.
I have plans.
You're up next, Gideon.
5 damage.
Okay.
Now you have to do a saving roll.
I think I'm going to distract him.
All right, so that is a 13. What was the save?
You're poisoned.
It's Constitution.
Okay, it gets +3, so it's 16.
You guys.
You're lucky. You're lucky.
Oh boy.
Alright. Now
It'd be crazy if he was immune to poison because that's what all his attacks are.
I know.
What something additional happens if he fails by 5 or more?
Yeah.
He's
That's what I'm
banking on
going.
it.
That's what I'm
Banking
going
on it.
for. Now
Banking on that. If he drops
I
0 hit points.
I sidestep like 5 feet towards the corner.
Okay.
Then I end my
Towards
turn.
the-
Wait, what about your
Outside?
ghost?
Yeah, it's outside.
Oh,
Well,
well, goes after you.
End my turn, and now now the ghost goes.
Okay, with flying, right? So you can go.
It
Go
can
right
go
through
through
the wall.
It can go through walls.
The longest turn ever. Let's go.
15 plus. Whoa, something.
Why don't you look at it?
No, you're doing it.
Dean's like, I'm doing your whole fucking job.
Like an 18 or something.
Is that what it is? I'll just say 18.
I think it's
like-
18. I think it's 18.
You had one job.
I think it's 18. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
All right. It hits.
It's
Because it is
it
AC
adds your
16.
spell attack modifier. Shane.
So, plus 3.
All right.
no,
then
your spell attack modifier is plus 8.
Oh, fuck. It's
Then
like,
yes, you hit.
basically in that 20.
At least seven out of that.
It's basically not 20 without action.
So 1d8 plus 6.
Gideon, you can start going. By the way.
I'm sorry.
Just let him finish.
12.
Plus, he has to make another saving throw.
12 damage, and you have to do a saving throw.
All right. That was a natural 4 plus 3 is 7.
You're
He's now
frightened. You're frightened.
He's going to choose the save.
What a legendary.
That
Like,
was his last legendary resist.
you're so fucked my next
that's
turn.
it.
You're so fucked.
Shit, Sammy.
You're so done.
All right. So
All right.
Wait.
before your turn,
Wait.
Hey,
Oh wait. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I'm just gonna have my ghost like dip. Did he already try to hit someone, right?
You just hit someone.
He just hit.
use
demon?
the
Action. He
legendary
can-
action.
Oh, I thought that was. Never mind.
Okay.
I'll
All
leave
right,
you
your
guys
turn.
there.
All right.
Sorry.
So I want to use a major image.
Okay.
In what? This is my whole class. That's my. This is my class.
I know. You
All right,
just
so I'm
gotta
gonna
do
make a big 20-foot, cube of the maker and the unmaker. Talking
Perception of
about
them.
talking about unmaking him, like the maker asking the unmaker to unmake him.
What
To,
do
see if you
the
could distract
gods look like?
Two amalgams of two different cosmos. One is
Yeah,
all
it's
white,
just
one is
like-
all dark.
one is just like kind of like a bright, like orangey, like yellow. One just like a giant, kind of like the dark one will be like the guy from Doctor Strange, the Cosmos guy.
Oh, Dormammu.
And then the other one's just like the opposite, like light. And they're just gonna be
Oh,
like,
Light Dormammu. I remember.
Yeah.
From the movie.
Make a performance check.
their dadu instead of Dormammu. Make a what?
Performance.
You still have your inspiration.
Performance.
As you are crafting this.
Well, no,
believable
he
scene.
has to make with major image. He has to make a save against his DC to fool him.
Is that what it says?
I believe so.
That's a natural 20.
It doesn't say. It just says.
Let's hope that team's wrong.
Major image. I'm pretty sure that's how that works.
Probably towards the end.
Physical interaction with the image reveals it to be an illusion. Successful intelligence investigation check against your spell DC. It is certain whether it's an illusion.
Okay, so it just doesn't work.
I mean,
Aren't you glad you waited for that? Shane, do you want to just take another turn?
I'm sorry.
All right. So after your turn, before the top of the order, he's going to take another legendary action for the turn. After that, all just kind of appears. He just kind of his tentacles all kind of whipping about, just kind of like.
Well, it has to.
wisp
It
all
says it
about.
has to use its action to.
Oh, it does.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
That's
it,
big.
it says a creature that uses its action to examine the image can determine that it's illusion with a successful intelligence.
So big.
All right. So yeah.
Okay. All right. So he's going to see that there's this illusion that just kind of formed. Rather than using his action for that, he's going to see it, and he is going to. I'll roll. If it's a 1 to the 10, it's going to distract him enough to where he doesn't use his legendary action for the turn.
Okay.
If it's an 11 or higher, then he
You're
will.
saving my gold.
See if it
Alright,
pisses
You're
him off.
saving my gold.
It's a 15.
So what does it do
So he's going to take his legendary action,
to hit it?
or he's going to use his legendary action
All three of
to
my goals are-
Examine it.
examine it.
Okay. I'll take that legendary action away. That's
so
good.
that was a natural 19. Plus
Okay.
2, 21.
Cool.
All right. So in seeing that, having this ghost hanging onto him, the snake kind of hanging onto him, that's kind of the amalgam of his body is kind of like leeching kind of into them, not really grasping onto the immaterial parts of the ghost. As this kind of, you kind of like smell that like rot and also like kind of this burning tar scent that you kind of like can't place. That's like, and also being this close to it, you feel a strong draw the same way that like a black hole would be into Oblivion. Like you kind of feel like this black thing, if you just let yourself fall into it, you just keep falling forever. And as he's there, you can kind of see the tentacles moving about you, kind of a silhouette from this light that kind of just came up above you, and you look up and you see this illusion, and you can kind of hear him.
You are trying to enrage me.
And he uses his tentacles to kind of knock it all about. So then that burns up his legendary actions, and now we're back at the top of the order with Farul.
Safe.
Did that do anything?
It makes him waste the legendary.
Yeah,
he used
I
a
wasted
full
a
action.
I thought. Oh, sorry. I thought he was gonna like attack.
No, he used his action to attack the illusion, pretty much.
I can jump up. I run up the wall again.
See, it worked.
All right.
And I jump off. And we're gonna make two. We're
Run
gonna
out
make
of
three
room.
picks. All right, so
That's me again. It's Farouk again. Or Raul.
do I get advantage because I'm technically flanking?
Yeah.
That was a 3. Oh, that's an 18. That's 24 for the first one.
All right, that hits.
You snake and ghost shit up, man.
That's another 24. And this is for an unarmed one. All right. Okay, it's 20. That's two 24s and a 20.
All hit.
Okay, one of them is gonna be a stunning strike.
All right.
So he's gonna make a saving throw, and then I'll roll.
So that is an 18.
Okay.
Hopefully, no, he's upset at you for hurting him.
That's 14 plus 21 damage total.
All right. Cool.
And then if I can, I'm gonna try to just run back down the wall.
So upon inflicting that damage.
Okay.
14 plus 7 or 14 plus 21?
No, it's 14 plus 7.
So upon inflicting that damage to him, you can kind of see whatever is drawing him in, kind of maintaining his sustenance for that moment, and a little bit of flesh that's kind of over top that's left over from Oscar's body that was kind of ripped apart when he took over it. You can see that as he's trying to hold this amalgam of a force together and getting pummeled by so many different ways, for a moment he lets it reverse and it just kind of like explodes everywhere. And anyone who is not directly behind cover is gonna have to make a.
I'm behind 2 covers.
Sorry. Deck save. DC is 16.
Ooh, nice.
18.
All right, nice. And then you, Jack, and then both of your, all of your shit.
No, I can heal myself if I.
Shane, your entire army of people.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah.
Oh. What? Dex on every single one of them?
I didn't even know that shit.
11.
Fails. 16.
Goodbye, Mr. Zombie. 4.
That failed.
Mr. Snake is
I
fucking
failed.
toast. And a 1 for Mr. Ghost.
They might not be dead though.
Okay.
Hell.
All right, so you guys all suffer 1 level of exhaustion.
Oh, okay. That's not bad,
And-
especially for those guys.
Since you guys, so that was how many? 4 failed.
All
right.
All my goons failed.
All right, so from 4 people failing, it's his sapping sting. All these different tentacles all just kind of like all these individual tendrils kind of explode out from him, and then whatever he connected onto, he pulls back and he kind of like saps some of your energy. And from doing that many people, he gains a full another turn. Each like tier of people he affects, it gives him more and more. And
Holy shit.
4 plus, he gains just another turn.
Like another
He just
turn
gets to
on
do
his
2.
next turn, he gets
Just-
2.
Right now, he takes a free turn.
Oh, okay.
Wait, do I get to not finish mine?
Jax
then?
wasn't done his
No,
turn.
literally, right when you did that damage,
Yeah.
that's what triggered this.
Alright.
And now he takes a turn.
That is some fighter level 17 samurai shit.
So he's going to. It didn't do any damage yet. So he's going to do
At least he didn't pull me in.
2 of his tentacle attacks. So he will do a slam attack against this,
Mr.
and then a
Ghost?
slam attack against your zombie, just because I want your turns to not be super long anymore.
No, now that I got it all.
All right, so that's a 21,
It's gonna hit.
and then that's only a 14. So the first one was against the
Mr.
zombie.
Ghost might be
Second
chilling.
one was against the ghost.
Mr. Ghost might be chilling. Read that real quick. Am I good? 16 is the dex for Mr. Ghost.
No.
Okay.
It's
What?
It is 14 is his
AC. All right, so he still missed. 'cause it
armor
was a
class.
13.
11 plus the level. of the
Sorry,
spell.
I looked at dex.
Okay, so he got a 13, so he missed. So the zombie guy just took 26 acid damage.
He,
He's
wait,
like a
Poison.
now he can make a Constitution saving throw. And if
To
he
go to 1 hit
passes,
point?
Yeah. So make a saving throw for him. It has to be. What was the damage that he took?
26.
It's not even
Nine.
possible.
You absolutely researched
9.
this class.
What, zombies?
No.
Oh,
Wait.
shit.
Yeah.
These pictures are pretty.
All right, so that is dead as his tentacles. And then it is then going to also use its movement to move away.
Zombie.
And if you guys are all on him,
Where were you going with my guy?
He's just grabbing you guys and leaving.
Whoa! Wait.
so you get opportunity.
Alright, I'll take an opportunity, Jack. Fuck it. Alright, I hit, I think. I got a 22.
He walks to engage with you.
I'm behind that tree, by the way, right?
Yes.
Alright, so I'm gonna hit him with a divine, a DS, a divine smite.
Okay.
Level 2. So he is. So how much damage?
And then Jack, you resume your turn immediately.
Are we on him because
You
Your
sucked
snake,
you guys in.
yeah, your snake was literally
Because-
on him. Jack was on him, and then your ghost.
because we got caught?
No, you guys were literally on him.
Oh, I was figuring my snake was just flying and bit him.
That's 24.
Oh, flying?
to him.
Okay. 24?
Just want to make sure.
What's up?
And the goose can't really.
Okay.
Wait, what were you saying?
I thought they were on top of them. Because I knew Jack was.
Well, you pulled them in, I thought.
That's
No.
second.
Oh, okay.
No, that's sapped like your energy.
Oh, okay. Oh, I thought you pulled people in. Yeah,
Alright.
you took 24 damage. Cool. And some of that was radiant.
Okay. Actually did. How much of it was radiant?
3, so it was a 5, a 4, and an 8. So 9 plus 8 is
17.
17 radiant. And all of my damage the last time was radiant, but it's a little late for that now.
I'll just double 17 again. All right.
Jesus, pumping.
All right. Yeah, so with that was a huge just... As one of the tentacles just got... just kind of falls down. Kind of burns away. And he just kind of...
Words. Nothing but words.
Okay, so now you're resuming your turn. So now you can hop off.
All right. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna be like, all right, big boy, horse guy. Sorry, I got your horse killed, but I finished this guy off for me. I'm gonna jump in front of him to engage with him.
Okay.
This way you can maybe get flanked.
Should I go for the hits? I'm scared, bro. I might die.
That's why I'm in
I
front
feel
of
like
him.
you should heal. Well, how much can you heal?
I can heal 25 health next turn. That's my action.
That's kind of big.
I literally am like sacrificing myself for you. Please help.
I don't know if I will, but
You just one shot him.
So after that is going to be Wolfric.
it's that easy. It's just a one shot. Is he looking hurt at all?
We doing
Kyle's Gideon.
Any radiant damage?
No, I was saying if I did it, but I don't. But I was just
Yeah,
trying
he's
to
looking
play my
really
next
hurt.
attack.
It looked like whatever you did, that was a
I'll do
like
this for
health
you, bro.
trigger.
I'll do this for you, bro.
All right.
Alright, bonus
If
action.
you die, you know you die.
No,
No big deal.
don't. Bonus action. I'm gonna Thunderous Smite. This is gonna be mad damage. I'm gonna make my 2 attacks. I'm
Thunderous
flanking, right?
Smite.
I'm flanking. So,
You're
so
engaging him from
17.
behind.
Yeah, 17. And then 20 something.
Alright. That hits, both.
So I'm going to use my bonus action to regain a second level spell slot. It's called Harness Divine Energy. Use it once per. Okay.
But did you use it for Thunderous Smite?
No, Thunder's. Oh, yes. Okay, I won't do that then. Which one would I rather do? Okay, I won't.
Everyone does radiant damage.
Yeah, Divine Smite does.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to do a second level and a first level Divine Smite. So that's going to be 5d8 radiant damage on top of my regular.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5d8 on top of my regular, which is a d8. 8, 5,
13. 19.
24.
30. And this will be my non-divine or radiant.
37. So 7 slashing.
37 plus 6.
So it would be what, 13 slashing and then 30 radiant.
And then honestly, I'll take the. If he's not down yet, I might just take the risk and try to get to cover. Just disengage with him. Let's see.
What was my Murloc noise?
That's good, actually.
It was pretty good.
Nice.
Uh,
I'm gonna mirror image and lightning bolt him.
lightning bolt. Pull that out of your pocket.
I do have lightning bolt.
All right, I'm gonna risk it for the biscuit and try to disengage.
All right, going to attack you.
All right, just one attack though, right?
Yep. But if he hits, then you might be able to. Oh,
Well, it's not his turn. So.
because you will be within melee when he hits you. So then he could grapple you if you fail save.
I mean, okay. Well,
Because he has a 10-foot reach
now I
anyway.
know that. Well,
So that's a 21.
I said now that I know that. Hold on. And who is he? He's probably gonna. Okay, he can.
If he hits you with a melee attack within engagement range, like
Okay.
5 feet, then
You can grapple.
he grapple. Then you have to
I
make
mean,
a save.
he's probably gonna go.
It's like
for me
Tom
anyway,
Kench.
because I fucked him up.
There's a go.
Yeah. All right. No. All right. So yeah, he hits me.
Okay. All right. So there's a 21. So that is 19 poison damage, and then make a dexterity save. DC is 16.
I'm done.
Oh, okay. So you are grappled.
Oh shit, that was a healer. Any healing spells, bud?
You guys are just gonna have to take him out.
All right.
Are you dead?
I'm down.
And he's grappled. And now it is Oscar's turn. And since he has you from behind with one of his tentacles, he now is going to attack you in the front, and then you in the front.
Where is this poison? Is this you acid or poison?
Poison.
I'm saying acid.
You did say acid.
Yeah, no, I meant poison. That's my bad. I tried to correct every time I said acid. I mean poison. All right, so that's a 21 to hit, Jack,
Hits.
and then there's a 26 to hit
Yeah.
for Shane, for Thereth.
But I'm resistant to poison.
All right, so that is going to be 16 poison to you, and then make a dex save. And then that is only going to be 10 poison to you, so that's halved to 5, and make a dex save.
Dex saves. I'm the master of dex saves.
DC is 16.
16?
No chance. It's 16. You fail.
All right.
That's what that means.
All right, so
Plus
you're also
2?
grappled.
12.
Okay. All right, another tentacle grabs onto you. You, as it wraps around, you're able to burst through it. They all kind of reform. So with the end of that is the end of his turn. It is Thereth's turn now, and with you being grappled, so your spear 0.
I need some leather out of there.
You can try and make a use your action, make a strength contest to try and get out.
I don't need to.
Yeah, familiar stabilize me.
Yeah. Alright, bonus action.
You don't even need to use a bonus action. It will just
Yeah.
happen on its turn.
Oh, I thought
Which
I
is-
needed to do that to
Which
control
is
it.
now, yeah.
No, that you just need to make it attack.
Oh. I'm just going to Eldritch blast this mofo twice.
Okay.
You have disadvantage.
Boy.
Yeah, because you're in 5 feet of it.
Doesn't matter.
You will hit anyway.
If I were to fear him, would it make sense for him to drop me to get away from me? Or would I stay with him while he runs from me?
I mean, if he's scared of you, you'd
Yeah,
probably
you
drop
drop
you.
you.
Alright, I'm going for the blasts.
I respect
Eldritch
it.
Blast. All right. I was waiting to grapple someone. To see this happen.
Stay away from me! 7 plus 8, 15.
That missed by 1.
Nope.
Damn. You did your friends a favor.
I'm
Bye.
anyways.
When he's grappling people, any spells he gets hit with, he can like do shit to split the damage and
That's
stuff.
good.
Which is what you guys are like. As the static of the spell was beginning to kind of happen, you kind of
Can
felt
I
that draw, and you guys
have
felt like
my familiar
something's gonna happen to us. And then as they
what?
both missed, you were like, oh, thank God.
Oh, it's a good thing a wizard's not up
Wait,
next.
actually, I think you can. Because it would be on its turn next turn. So
Yeah, you
can.
guys
Alright,
need to get
I'm
out of
going
the grapple.
to
so I can
bonus
hit him
action
with
have my
something.
familiar bite this dude and then go stabilize him.
Yeah, because
Okay.
it's so it on his turn he can force a familiar attack, and then your familiar goes after him. So that'd be his turn.
Oh.
Yo. Yo. Ooh, a natural 16.
Okay, that hits.
Saving throw.
Yeah, I'm gonna need you to do a little saving throw.
All right, that is a 16. No, 13.
What? So it comes poisoned if he could be poisoned, but nothing
Okay,
else.
he's immune. And how much damage do you take?
A D4 plus 2.
Oh, big damage.
5.
Oh, nice, dude.
Alright, now I'm gonna have him go stabilize my boy.
All right, you bring him. He's stable. Back up to 1 hit point. Still grappled. But yeah, what you guys do understand, like being grappled by him. So any kind of magic that affects him, he makes a DC 10 plus the spell level. And if he beats it, then he splits the damage and effects with whoever else he's grappled.
Do I feel like I want to go in him?
You want to go in him?
Like in a black hole? Like, do I feel that?
Oh yeah, you feel like a draw. Yeah.
Gideon.
Feeling the draw from
I don't want to
Oblivion.
hit him when you guys are grappled.
So at the end of your turn, he's going to legendary action.
It's
He's
gonna
going to
hurt.
attack Jack.
Wait, what about my
Okay.
ghost? It's like part. It's a, one of my turn.
Okay, yeah, attack of the ghost. All right.
Yay!
Right.
Yay!
Oh, man, he missed. All right.
Oh!
Okay. On that one, he dissipates. He's not formed anymore.
What? What?
All right. So he's now going to attack Jack with his 2 slam attacks. That one missed, and that one missed. Cool. That was a 7 and a 3. He does get plus 8, so it's 13. No. Okay. All right.
Post.
What's up?
All right, so that's the end. You just see 2 skeletons kind of land next to you, hitting these 2 like large trenches into the ground as he pulls them back. He's still kind of grappling the throats of all your friends, kind of holding them tight. So now it is your turn.
No, isn't it Gideon's turn?
All right, Gideon.
Too late. My bad.
I'll tell you guys, he has 109 hit points left.
What? Did you hear him? I don't think anyone heard him besides me. He's got 109 hit points left. I dealt like 20, and that was like good damage. I think you can do that. 4 more
If
times.
My guy's got
if I gust of wind, could that potentially make him lose grip on his grapple?
I would say you would have to make a save strictly because he is a thing of goo that's trying to hold itself. For creativity, I would say it's possible.
I still have 3 seconds. So I'll try it.
Alright.
So it's strength 15.
Okay.
You say?
Am I the only one grabbing?
No, Dean is.
Oh.
That's a natural 1.
Okay. Cool.
Oh my god.
So who's phrase?
Right. So I'm gonna say since it was a natural 1, you guys are all able to break free.
Fall out of his grip.
My little buddy's helping me.
Cool.
Is Dean still down?
And I'm gonna get even further
You got
behind more
brought back.
cover.
He's back.
Yeah, he's just prone.
I'm gonna get
you're
even
cool.
further into more cover.
Okay.
Do I have bonus action?
Sorry, I didn't know when that happened.
No, I don't think I do.
All right, the old man is gone. It's kind of.
And that's my ride.
You're doing wonderful.
So I believe that that's the end of my turn.
Okay. All right. Cool. So now it is going to be top of the order for Farul.
Get him for a rule.
I'm a little hurt. Screw it. All right. We'll do the same exact stuff.
Okay.
Just have exactly one more key point. He'll be stunned eventually, guys. Don't you worry.
I'm just such a support class.
First
guy,
attack.
you know?
It's a 22 to hit.
All right, that hits.
Oh my god! I don't know what that was. That's a 20 to hit.
All right, that hits.
And bonus action unarmed strike.
Oh!
25. That was 19.
Bad.
Okay, though one of them will be a stunning strike. Go ahead. DC 14 con.
That's a natural 3.
He's stunned.
What the hell?
You stink.
My god.
Horus is a little sluggish.
Wait, he's stunned until
11.
He misses his next turn. He misses everything until it's back.
And
to
we have
Jack.
22. Hold on a second. That's not the right die right there.
That was brutal.
does that mean
29 damage.
does he
Automatically fails.
Dead. All right.
No, for Dex, that's not the kind of saving throw that you're supposed to do.
As you're kind of, as you're hitting it, you can kind of see the shock waves kind of going into the gelatin body of him. Some of the tentacles kind of flailing about, and you can kind of see his one singular eye just kind of like roll back into its head and kind of like form into the back. But as it's trying to go back and look at you, all the like as it's trying to kind of maintain its force and the shock waves of everything kind of going through all the gelatin, its eye just keeps on getting kind of rolled back as it's kind of like loses its orientation as he's now stunned. Alright,
Get wrecked, idiot.
so is that it? Your turn.
I am going to run backwards about. I'm gonna go 25 feet that way. There we go.
All right.
Near me? Huh.
Hey.
All right. Wolfrick's turn.
going to
Stand up.
stand up. Then I'm going to heal myself for 25 health.
All right. And he is stunned.
Bonus actions. Not really, no. But I mean, I'm not trying to die. Yeah, I mean, that's fair.
Every next turn, we can kind of come back and try to beat it up again.
Just, let me see. Anything I can do? Ooh. Alright, I'm going to get in position. I'm going to... So how much movement do I have?
It was half.
So I have 30... I have 16 movement? Because I have 35
I think it goes
feet.
down to 15.
Yeah, it rounds down.
Cool.
You're
Half
gonna
of 35 isn't 15.
Oh.
It's like 16. It's like 17.
It's 17 and a half, but I think it rounds down.
Yeah, it's 15.
But like, please.
I'll get cover
Spider
under
wall.
this little wall thing. I'll climb on there. And just like, you know. Spider. One of my newfound abilities after I died.
All right, so he runs away. It's his turn, so at the end of his turn, his stun goes away, right? End of his turn. All right.
I thought it was the
End of the... No, I think it's end of Jack's turn.
Is it the end of your turn?
I thought it was the end of Jack's turn.
Oh, end of my next turn.
Yeah, so he is a figgity fuck for a little bit.
I'm gonna fuck it.
Wait, so does he automatically fail all spell save DCs?
Dexterity and
Yeah,
strength.
he,
Ooh, Dex?
he automatically
Not
fails that.
constant.
LB?
You guys are absolutely smurfing. All right, so with that, that's turn. Then Gideon.
No,
Which last him twice.
He has 80 hit points left.
Oh, it's
As you can see that he's still struggling. All the flesh that's kind of left over, that's kind of calcified, is like starting to kind of like almost melt. He looks like he's
Yeah,
sort of like a
man,
melted
fucking
ice cream cone, trying to like get all the sprinkles back up on there.
Or no.
19
All right, that
for the
hits.
first one. Natural 20.
Oh my gosh.
Alright, so now you're just hitting for a base of 10. So now just roll 2d10s.
2d10s.
And that, plus another 10. So you're hitting him for 20 plus 2d10.
What are these? This.
I'm looking.
That's a D.
It's because it's over
That's a
here.
D10.
I put it over here. That way I wouldn't lose it.
It
and I was
looks,
looking
the way
for
you
it.
were holding it looked like a D8 to me for a second.
10.
Dang.
10.
She's
No fucking way.
So that's 40 damage.
What the
Okay,
fuck?
He has 40 HP.
Wait,
left.
40 plus what?
That's it.
Oh.
All right.
Now?
As they collide,
He's not 12?
you guys get kind of like, you see as all this ichor kind of like starts raining down on all the trees and everything that's all around. It's kind of coating the whole land as everything is starting to lose its form. Its pull toward the Oblivion is like drastically getting reduced, and it's more or less kind of almost more flesh than that black ichor that's really left, and he's kind of reduced to this barely formed puddle.
I need you to roll 2 Constitution saving throws.
All right, that's going to be not with disadvantage. So that is a 13,
Fail.
and then that is a 17.
First one fails.
Okay.
You're frightened of me.
Okay.
You are terrified.
He's also stunned.
You are terrified of me.
Okay.
But when you wake up, you're gonna still be
Did you
frightened. of me.
move before you attack them? Are you within 5 feet? I
He,
can't.
he looks more like 10 feet, kind of. He's not really.
He's
in
not, like,
melee
right up
range.
on him.
Yeah, he's
I
not.
to be honest, I
I
didn't
can't
really
tell.
think about it because he was stunned.
What still matters because it's like. still
I
range
would've
attack,
moved.
Yeah.
It should
If it,
It's fine. I'm just saying.
Alright. so, afraid of it. Now, bite him, snake.
And then just roll
With
for your ghost.
advantage. Nah. Oh fuck. 19.
Okay, that hits.
Alright.
And ghost too.
I need you to do. Constitution saving throw.
All right, that's a natural 18.
It's 4 damage.
All right, minus 4 is at 36.
All right. And my turn.
Okay, all right.
And then my
go.
ghost goes.
Go with your ghost.
Woo!
I'm gonna play a druid that someone should. Just
I was telling him about the shepherd druid.
Oh, no.
Not Shane.
15.
Not.
That missed. That
Damn.
guy. That guy.
Someone gets just ravage.
So I'm gonna step out from cover and cast a lightning bolt.
All right, the old man steps out.
Hey, that's me. I'm not doing
Oh
that.
shit! I forgot.
He's hiding right next to me.
Didn't see him.
All right, here we go. I'll do the 2 at a time. So I
All
do
right.
8d6.
Oh boy.
That is 10.
Here. So I have these
Sorry.
fridges up. Take them.
Well, now I only need 6 more. So.
Yeah.
1, 2, 6. So 10 so far, and then this will be it. So that is 15, 19, 23, 26, 28. Oh, and 4. So 20,
32.
32.
He's real low.
All right, yeah, he's down to 4 total. As you can see, that now this pile of ichor, as that
first two.
as that strikes him,
Yeah.
he
Because I
kind of
started from 10.
through his stun, as his eyes kind of finally forming, as most of the ichors kind of run away, and it's more flesh than the blackness.
The oldest form of manager.
You want the manager?
Yeah, that's what he said. You kind of, from underneath it all, you can kind of hear this faint little echo that's kind of underneath of it. I feel so alone. I don't want to be alone. All right, so it is Will's turn.
Alright, well, I'm gonna run up and stab him in the fucking face. So, right in the eyeball.
Send them both back together.
Do I get flanking because of Shane's guy? Oh no, I get advantage
Yeah,
because
you get
he's
advantage
stunned.
stun.
I never even used my inspiration.
Okay. So I'm gonna try. I missed the stun guy, so I'm gonna go ahead and attack a second time. Okay, so okay, 22 to hit.
All right, then hit.
Please,
You do,
oh
like,
god.
4 damage,
No, actually,
right?
he dies on that because it's +3. So
All right.
another one.
Tell us how you obliterate him back to Oblivion.
It was a 2. He dies +1 extra.
Overkill.
So after missing a stunned creature, just somehow, I go ahead and just take my spear and stab him again in the eye. And, is the body of the boy like forming at all? Like, can we
Not so
see?
much.
No.
Like a lot of the organs and everything were kind of replaced and everything as all the blackness is kind of seeping back into the earth and kind of back into Oblivion. What's left is really just a chunk of skin and organs, and more or less like a puddle.
Yeah, I just leave my spear in there and I walk away like someone leaving an explosion, like a badass, you know?
Like Michael Bay movie.
Yeah, like a Bay movie type stuff.
Travis.
And then no explosion happens, it's just black goo everywhere.
All right. So in following this, maybe like within the hour or so, this place becomes essentially like a crime scene. A lot of them bones and Captain Catherby and even the leader, Krell, even shows up. You guys hang back to both lick your wounds as well as giving statements for everything that had happened, giving them a recount of everything that had happened. And in particular, after speaking with Prick, it turned out that he actually was doing some leads, and he also figured out that the repairmen were behind fueling the fire kind of between the living and the dead. And he had been one of the kind of the first ones to, like outside of you guys, begin to suspect Oscar, but he didn't have any evidence for it, so he couldn't pursue it. And he and Catherby and Krell were all there kind of interviewing you guys, asking you everything that had happened. You tell them all that happened between Oscar and how he kind of became this in-between living and dead, being this empty person that kind of got filled with this darkness, and he was ultimately just lonely. And even though he was born kind of twisted, facing down the wrong path, this society, even though they were egged on, they pushed him that way. Ultimately, at the end of the day, it was his decision to become a murderer. But just how much of a chance he really had is kind of up in the air. You also explained to them everything that you had found in his house and all the emissionettes and everything. They're able to put together that the repairmen likely were the ones that were behind it all. Some of them even claimed like credit for everything that had happened, even though a lot of the acolytes in the faithhood back in Taradin are going to deny it all. And you guys also let them know that part of what brought this Unmade in, and you also let Captain Catherby know that you not only spoke with Johan, but the Unmade that kind of was living inside of him this entire time that they didn't even know about, murder. You let them know everything that you knew about the Unmade. This is going to get chronicled and become kind of like more broad knowledge. It's also aware that the not only was this young kid, unfortunately, like the most notorious serial killer to be on Fallujah, as an entire twisted continent, that's quite the title to have. But he really did reinvent the murder because he was genuinely murdering things that were already dead. And the cold and vileness that he did it and the emptiness that he had. Because usually when, from what like murder would have described, had the conversation gone further, he would have described it as when you kill someone, you kind of steal a part of their life. But when he did it, he sent them to oblivion. He was empty inside. The only thing that he let inside of him was Horus, which every kill that he had, more of him was leeching in, and he was welcoming it in simply because he didn't want to be alone. And when he had first killed Mary, he was throwing up, well, almost throwing up. And had it come out, it would have been all that black ichor because that was the first time he did it. And that was the first time that Horus had gotten inside of him and he couldn't hold any of it in. And that's why he ran home really fast. He had also killed her and he thought he was alone. He thought he was going to be able to hide the body and get away with it. And that's when you guys happened around the corner and saw him. And he pretended like he was just dragging it. And he didn't want you guys to see it. And he wanted to get it away. And then one thing led to another. And it simply was him not wanting to be alone anymore, mixed with fueling this psychotic mindset that he had already had at the beginning. It was just kind of fueled by society. Even so much so to where that one old lady was saying, I can't be mean to him, but I will be mean to him by just handing him these papers. And that had the written word, and even though she said that she was afraid that, even though she wasn't brutal to him verbally or physically or anything like that, giving him those omissionettes might have been what kind of pulled the trigger, because ultimately the unmade that pushed its way through was the first word, and that might have had some kind of a tie with it.
She was the first internet bully.
Ultimately, you guys talk to Krell, and he thanks you guys for pointing out the issue with the repairman. And as he's kind of speaking to you, I do believe that it is time. It is time that I resume what Peter and I had pursued at the start. We must not just stop with Kaskett. We must unite all of Mortu Morris. I say we keep Kaskett safe as our flock of sheep, but turn our wolves prowling outside the gates, loose to nip at the robes of their righteous priests in Taradin. They got what they wanted. Kaskett has been reinvented, and these dead shall rise. You can see just exactly where that leads, perhaps in a further adventure. But
We get our rewards.
you guys ultimately get your rewards.
Also,
Backstories become fulfilled. You get all the gold.
All of it?
You get 1 gold per minute that you took your turn.
So much.
That's a lot of gold.
also, I forgot to mention, when I went to stab him and I missed, I said for Mary and I missed. But then I said for brunch and I hit him and killed him. So
There you go, man. It's important. You guys are going to open up your own bats in the Belfry if
What
you
do you
want
want to
to.
spend your gold on?
Thank you guys so much for playing. Thank you guys so much for watching. And if you guys enjoyed it, again, we greatly appreciate it if you would click on the subscribe button, as it would genuinely mean the world to us. And we'll see you guys for the next one, which is going to be called Fear Has a Flavor. See you guys next time.
bye.
Bye.